thank you to Soulmask for sponsoring this video. Let me tell you a story of what happened to the navi, the inhabitants of the lush moon Pandora. More specifically, the Sarentu, a clan of storytellers who were thought to have died out, but despite all odds, fought back the invading sky people, rose from the ashes, and became a formidable family dedicated to reclaiming their ways, connecting to the goddess Eywa, and to protect all of her children. That's right, in 100 days we'll be exploring in great detail Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora, the Skybreaker campaign, the secrets of the Spires story, and on top of it all, Soleks from the Ashes expansion, one where the dog tag warrior fights tooth and nail to keep his new family safe against a new enemy. So say it with me now, let the show begin! Our story begins with some Navi children in an RDA facility, Resource Development Administration. These kids, including yours truly, have been abducted and placed into the Ambassador program. An avatar named Alma Cortez, our teacher, says the RDA found this planet called Pandora and sought to build beneficial relationships with the native Navi people by integrating us into human culture and become envoys to tribes to further their projects. When director John Mercer walks in, who's a rather authoritative man, cause as soon as my sister, named Ahari, questions why the Navi would even want a relationship with the humans, he shuts her down verbally and explains that our clan, the Sarentu, had abandoned us and the RDA had given us a good life here, so we should be grateful. Ahari calls him a liar, which makes everyone try to get her to shut up, when Mercer focuses on the small bracelet on my wrist called a song cord, which is from our clan. He is angry because we're obligated to keep those in our bunks, so we're to hand it over, but Ahari blocks him, and he's unable to make much of a fuss because even as kids, we are huge. Once she loosens her grip, he states there will be no dinner for us. What a bitter and cruel man. That night, we are woken up by the sound of Noor, one of the other Navi children, having another nightmare of our kidnapping. We comfort him, and there's a disagreement amongst us. Talon here is convinced of the good that the RDA is doing. Ahari and Noor, not so much. Rinella is just kind of in the middle, and is the one keeping us from getting too rowdy. And one thing leads to another, till the point where we decide that we should break out of this place, and Ahari has a plan on how to pull it off. With Talon's tech skills, we unlock the dormitory doors and try to sneak on out, but a squad of RDA soldiers pulls up with Mercer, whose disappointment is immeasurable that we're trying to leave. Ahari defiantly says that there's nothing that he can do to keep us here, and waltzes on past him without a care in the world. But turns out Mercer actually can keep us here, displayed how he drops her on the spot, sending us in a spiral as we mourn her death. Fast forward 8 years later, we've grown, and this is when the event of the first Avatar movie unfolds, so chaos is happening. Mercer rushes into the classroom, commanding Dr. Alma to get into her human body and prep for extraction, because they need to escape. As for us, we feel tension rising, as we are technically a liability now, but Alma pops back in just in time with a gun, killing both of the soldiers before they could do the same to us. Wasting no time, she rushes us on over to a room with some cryopods, assuring us that we're only going to sleep in these for a little while. So, Day 1, we're greeted by the character creation menu, but the cool thing is you can fully recustomize your character at any point. So I woke on up from cryo to Alma, who is quite apologetic for leaving us in here for longer than anticipated, and a Navi warrior who addresses us by clan name. We've never seen this fellow before. Apparently the Sarentu were quite renowned, he says, but formalities aside, we have to hurry. The RDA soldiers are back. We just shouldn't overwork ourselves as our bodies are still waking up, and we should grab a little bite to eat. Luckily, some rations were left out in the cafeteria, which got us healed up. As I return to our new acquaintances, we hear an RDA squad closing in, so we gotta go, as they already broke through a solid gate. And as fate would have it, Mercer's back and orders the soldiers to shoot all remaining Navi. That's our cue to skedaddle, so we slid our way past laboratories and leaped on over to Breeze, because this place is an absolute mess. We can jump incredibly high though, so maneuvering this came quite naturally, except for sneaking through ventilation systems. I kept bumping my head because it's quite cramped in here. As I popped out though, I only barely managed to escape raging bullet fire from all directions, which had me stumbling upon that Navi warrior. He hands us a radio, says his name is Soleks, and he'll try to keep us alive through instructions. So cautiously, I was sneaking around as mechs were walking right above my head, and I was at least reassured by Soleks that he's also looking for our friends, which is cool of him to do. And on the topic of cool things, this video is sponsored by Soulmask, an ancient civilization-themed survival sandbox game which is releasing its 1.0 version with major enhancements and the Egypt-themed Shifting Sands DLC on April 10th. I did 100 days on the base game and had so much fun, but this Egypt-themed DLC takes things to an even greater height. No pun intended. You can hop straight into the DLC without playing the base game first and explore this vast desert and all of its mysteries on a buildable airship, customizable per your desires. Make it look the way you want, fly the way you want, and function the way you want. Deck it out for combat or set it up as a permanent mobile home for your whole tribe, and you betcha there are new masks to use, all stylized after Egyptian gods, each with their own unique transformations and skills. For real, as a survival sandbox fan, this is a game you need to experience for yourself. I'm constantly astounded by how complex the tribe system is. It's so satisfying recruiting tribe mates with their own complex traits and automating your base with them, which is all getting enhanced in 1.0. So wishlist Soulmask today with my link down below. And again, thank you to Soulmask for sponsoring this adventure. By patching up electrical systems and sleuthing through a gym, I was making some progress, but our connection to Soleks breaks. Something must be going terribly wrong. So, now in a panic, I started to pick up the pace when a mech sucker punched me right in the gut and pinned me down. Mercer then shows up, so I guess it was nice knowing y'all, but Soleks swoops in out of nowhere to buy us some time to escape. The more rooms that I passed through, the more the passage of time was noticeable too. Nature had definitely reclaimed this place, so following the vegetation, I was actually able to make it out into a lush, vibrant jungle. A breath of fresh air. Our priority now is to find our friends in the Kinglor forest, and in its lush ecosystem, we also come across RDA wreckages, which lead me straight to a refueling station. Here I looted some spare parts and rations before meeting up with Soleks again, but he's severely wounded and can no longer fight, so for now, we will have to use his longbow. He instructs me to go find resources to craft arrows, and with our heightened senses, we detect these resources with ease. So with arrows now in hand, I ought to go find a Dopofet pod, which can heal his wounds. Say less, King, I got you. I had to impale some soldiers on my way down to the river. Feels a little bit overkill though, using arrows the size of an actual adult human against them, but with this healing pod now in my pocket, I started to head on back, but Soleks is not responding on comms. Turns out he's surrounded by an RDA squadron, which puts up a fight, but some well-placed arrows were the last thing that they saw. Luckily, our friend is alive, and the plant provides some anesthesia of sorts, so he's able to keep on going. He notices we don't have our song cord anymore though, and says all Navi should have one as it represents stories that one has been through. Choppers then fly overhead. It's definitely not safe here, so we should meet back up at base camp near a waterfall, he says. I spotted that area in no time flat, but the base is a bit higher up. Thankfully, these weird vines helped me reach the top, and man was I relieved to come upon this shelter. This resistance base will be my home for a good while. Here, Navi and allied humans live together in a joint force to fight the RDA. Amongst them, we meet Priya Chen, an eccentric human who seems to run this place, plus all of our friends who made it out unscathed. Alma then steps forward and explains that Mercer had the tap facility destroyed when we went to sleep, so she thought we had been dead all this time. To be specific, this time is referring to nearly 16 years that we were snoozing away. A little bit of a whoopsie-daisy on her part, but either way, Talon then shows us around and takes us to meet a guy named Raj. He puts up a front to be quite a stern fellow, but he's actually a pretty chill dude overall and can provide us with general clothing, which provides a little bit of armor. We then move on to Alex, the residential tech buff, who gives us a device called SID, which can scan for tech issues and repair wiring by fine-tuning frequencies. Plus, through a maze-like minigame, we can hack devices with this. Moving on, there's going to be a meeting soon, so it's up to me to go find and bring back my friends who went outside to check things out. This had me looking at the 3D map, which I love, plus I actually found a weapon mod for my longbow and some food. This is how you apply buffs. Eventually, I found the gang huddled near a fire, and they're so glad to be out. Talon actually still favors humans, though, for their technology. Rinella seems to still be kind of in the gray, and Nor just wants to go out and leave everything behind to live like the Sarentu. But for now, we should go listen to what our new allies want to discuss. We learned during this debrief that Mercer is now Vice President of the Frontier Operations for the RDA, and Colonel Angela Harding is his head of security. The Resistance has been fighting the RDA for a while now, so they aren't too concerned that these two figures will change anything too drastically, but Alma explains that Mercer's tactics will be aggressive, considering his failures with the TAP program in the past. As for allied Navi tribes, it's not looking great. The nearby Aranahe clan tried to fight back, but after suffering major losses, withdrew back to their home tree. Considering we newbies are the last of the Sarentu clan, which were well-respected travelers and with that diplomats, Alma hopes we can convince them to rejoin the fight. Priya then interjects, there's an emergency. They have detected high levels of pollution nearby from a drill site which just popped up, which is rapidly poisoning the area, but all their troops are spread too thin to actually go handle it. Luckily though, we just got the tool for said job. So the next morning, I set out with my SID device, and the closer that I got to the spot, more of the plant life had faded, and the animals were suffering from the pollution too. Priya can at least guide us through the radio. There's this main drill and its generator, which we have to deactivate quietly, or the fun way.
Yo, what's up, motherfucker? There's a new kid in town. Oh, yeah, that's a new. That's the kid in town. It ain't me. You bitch. Dude, this bow is nuts. Just look at this. Pierce through an entire mech like it's nothing. I don't even want to know how mutilated the actual human bodies are after I'm done with them. There you go. Okay. So our first drill site absolutely annihilated. Not too shabby, if I do say so myself. I'm not one much for sneak, at least not for a long time, so I'm glad we got to wipe this place out. And a yoink. Oh, bye-bye, generator. Well, that's one thing down. Hack and destroy the cooling unit. Okie dokie. Let me see. Oh, I have to use my SID device. There we go. A little hackery doodle, and bada bing, bada boom. Pop that puppy, and we're good to go.
The emergency vent should open. Apply on the drill. When it opens, fire at it.
Oh, okay.
Fire with fire. Hey, sorry.
That's not too complicated. I dig it.
With this drill site obliterated, the forest comes fully back to life, and Talon says our friends have found an odd flower that has them all riled up, so we should go check it out, which I did right after fully looting this place. So across glowing mushrooms, I hopped to reach the gang and their findings. This plant, called Tarsiu, opens up only for the Sarentu clan and connects them straight to Eywa, the goddess of the planet Pandora, which we hesitantly do. In a vision, we are greeted by an ancestor named Entu, the first Sarentu. We all here are to seek insight through the Tarsiu plants and learn to survive on Pandora, as we are its storytellers. In short, these plants give insight points and extra skills. Like this air boost double jump. We're gonna need lots of points though to proceed through all of these skill trees. Our group is worried that we won't be able to continue the Sarentu ways, as all we've learned is death and destruction at the hands of the humans for our whole lives, but certainly we'll be able to break free from Mercer's teachings and lies. Priya then calls us back to HQ to show us something, and on the way there, I made sure to learn the way of the land. You see, you can pluck some resources off of plants, although it can be a little bit tricky, and the weather, time of day, and your skill affects the quality of the resource, and the better the resource means you're able to craft stronger gear with it. I was also able to kill this hexapede and harvest resources from it. I'm gonna make a barbecue out of all this meat, and well, some plants are actually left best undisturbed. Back at HQ, Priya says someone named Jake is taking out RDA trains, which is quite impressive, but to the topic at hand, we did a fantastic job taking out that drill, and the air quality has already improved. Fantastic. Earth has already been fully polluted, so we don't need a repeat of that over here. Soleks wants to speak to us too. He is accepting, yet very weary of our human allies, and gives us a song chord which we're to build up along our journey, which is an incredibly nice gesture. We mentioned that Nor was confused by the vision he saw of Eywa at the flower, and Rinella is really excited to live more like the Sarentu. Yet he firmly mentions that Eywa only shows us what we need to see. What I saw here though was a better rebel chest guard, yoink, to which I added a gorilla strap to improve it. Having mentioned Nor, I want to check up on him out in the jungle, following clues to figure out where he went. He seems to have busted a pod on his way out, leaving a scent which we can track but lose it near a waterfall, so our next best bet is to go on up where there are many little creatures roaming about. I did ask Soleks to come and talk to Nor about what he saw in his vision, but he's out with a team investigating a nearby camp and sounds concerned. Not a good time, I suppose. The higher I went, the more I was worried that Nor may have been hurt, but at the summit, we see floating islands and planets in the distance. And Nor, he is ashamed, comparing himself to our ancestors and struggles to acclimate to our new freedom. All we know though, is that to protect Pandora, we need to fight. So on cue, an explosion goes off at a nearby facility, trapping Alma and Soleks over there. So on day 3, I had to rush on over there to save them, diving into a pond below, ending up near a pack of hammerhead titanotheres who were not happy to see me. More reason to just keep booking it. I was racing past soldiers and was blessed by plants that grant me a speed boost, so above roots and vines I ran until I reached a camp to find our friends, trying to resuscitate an ally. It's strange though that this place was attacked, as it's not on any RDA routes. It's like they're hunting us now. Soleks then hands us a new weapon and says that he'll go lure away the remaining nearby soldiers while we protect everyone here until he gets back. Essentially, this staff can sling bombs and traps, so I prepped the area and had all enemies fall right into the palm of my hand. These projectiles were limited though, so once I was out of explosives, I had to eliminate the rest with my trusty bow until they let off. Just in time too, because Hajir here isn't doing good. We need to go get medical supplies before he bleeds out, which meant I had to reach another building, loot an assault rifle there, and meds that I was after, and return to him with them. But I was spotted by a chopper, which thankfully, just in the nick of time, got chased off by an Ikran and his Navi rider. I need me one of those. Soleks then reports that he's done his part, so we only need to deal with some stragglers, and the AR was a fun way to do just that. Those mechs are called amp suits, by the way, and there are more now of these now that Mercer is in charge. Here we meet this Navi warrior who's shocked to find the Sarentu, bringers of peace, still alive. Her name is Eywa, member of the Aranahe clan, daughter of their leader, the one needing convincing to rejoin the fight. Maybe a Sarentu is up to that task if we were to visit him at the home tree. She then helps bring Hajir back to base, and before flying off though, asks us to omit her part in helping us to her father. Before heading there though, I went back to base to check on some things, like the grill where I cooked up a steak salad. I'm going to enjoy figuring out all these juicy recipes. And Soleks here remarks that he's disappointed that Talon is seeking human approval instead of that of his people. We'll see how his character forms. For now, I went on over to the trader and noticed I'm going to need a lot more scrap for upgrades. As for Alma, she's happy that we're back, but notes that there must be something big that Mercer wants if he's returned. At least Nor is easing up to the humans though, and Rinella is focusing on relearning the Sarentu ways and honors her mother by dressing accordingly, but is out for vengeance and will only be satisfied once Mercer falls. Very opposite to Talon, who still carries Mercer's walkie-talkie, which is broken, no need to worry, but he seems brainwashed still, clinging to his words as if they were truthful. One thing that I learned on the morning of day 4 is, once I unlock more skills, my combat rating is based on my worn gear. As for my skills, I unlocked a bit more vitality, 5% more base damage, better sneaking, plus 25% increase for food buffs. I then explored some more, seeing what I could find, foraging for a good while, researching critters of all shapes and sizes, and also learned the cleaner of a kill that I make on an animal, the better the quality of meat I get to harvest, which is super cool in my opinion. Fish you can also just kill with your bow straight from standing on land. Although quite messy, I was able to hunt down a young stern beast for some heavy hide and meat, so I followed that up by hunting down a dire horse, but got a warning for disharmony. Seems like when I hunt recklessly, I get nerfed Navi senses, restricted mounting, and Navi will not want to speak with me for a good while, so I dipped from hunting in the wild and had a good cooking session, unlocking many new buffs. plus spent some parts on my bow to make it stronger, and customized my gear's appearance freely without affecting its stats, which I think is a great feature. The morning after, I figured I geared up enough for an expedition to go find our friend Eywa. On this outing, I avoided butting heads with Titanotheres, wiped out a whole batch of human scum with my bow for more sweet loot, attached a weaver pouch for more energy, and came across new creatures called scarab crawlers, aggressive little pests which drop heavy hide and meat that looks like bacon. There are these electric plants too. It's a bit dicey to pluck from them, but it gives you weapon crafting materials. I was then taking out another RDA squadron when a pack of viper wolves pounced all of us, leaving me no choice but to exterminate the lot, which landed me many fangs for crafting. This was definitely, though, the furthest that I've ever wandered from camp, but through the thicket and bushes, I pushed on, trying to navigate my way on over to that big old tree, and on my path I came across a Navi village called Weaver's Flourish. Considering its name, I gathered up some fibrous plants nearby and made a new pair of pants for a little bonus to weak spot damage. I did the same with some moss for my chest piece, and then crafted a nimble longbow that can shoot grenade arrows and has steady aim. Eventually, I made it to the home tree, safe and sound, but I received no warm welcome here, but assured the guards Eywa herself invited us to speak with her father, and speak of the devil, there he is, Kanat, and he's bewildered a Sarentu would be wearing scraps from the sky people. We're starting off on the wrong foot, it feels like, cause he wonders if we are too molded by the humans, if we've forgotten the ways of our clan. Thankfully, though, a respected Navi named Nefika steps forward, calming the situation. She looks at us, analyzing, observing, and convinces Kana to invite us in, as we are Sarentu and need to pick up where they left off, so to say. Plus, she has really missed the stories from the Sarentu. Cracking that tough nut of a leader, though, to help the resistance is going to be very difficult, I can already tell. Nefika takes us on a bit of a tour through the home tree, introducing us to their best weaver, Koranu, and the legendary cook, Relun, who's a bit rude, and to a hunter called Kitangi, who states I should perform a respectful hunt as soon as possible to impress Kanat and show him that I've not lost the way of our people. That's likely the only way I'm going to be able to speak to him again. Settling in on day 6, I'm so glad to have Nefika show us around and also be a mentor of sorts. We're taught that to help others is to help oneself. And once to myself, I reported to Soleks, explaining I have to prove myself to Kanat first, which kind of disappoints him. He believes that Kanat should accept us as is, being that we're Sarentu it all. As for the weaver Koranu, she has 3 clothing designs that we can craft, and she also sells gear, which costs favor that you have to build up through helping out with quests and contributions. So I hopped straight to it, offering my help to find a lost gatherer at a place called Shaded Grove. The cook also trades cooking supplies, so humans want scrap, Navi want favor. Now here's where I finally was able to activate third-person view to fully enjoy the armor that we add to our character. Let me know in the comments if you prefer first-person or third-person view. I then just continued my exploration and preparation of my hunt and came across an old Sarentu totem. I reported this, and our friends have found these as well, and we conclude these are likely to guide us into a certain direction. But I gotta be honest, I kinda stood here for most of the daytime hours unsure of what to do exactly, until finally at dusk I decided to just head in the direction that I think it was pointing at. Kind of hoping to find treasure, but it just led me on a wild goose chase into the wilderness. But this at least had me coming across many new ingredients to gather. And well, most of day 7 was just spent stumbling through the forest, collecting as much supplies as possible so I could make some new gear. I had an unfortunate encounter though with the RDA, let's just not talk about that. What's more important is that for the life of me, I couldn't find moss, which I desperately needed. What I did accidentally come across though was an old offline research station, of which there are many. So with the SID, I got this place up and running, and it's basically a safe house to do any crafting on the go that you need. And it comes with a terminal to accept calls, and with that more side quests. But finally, on the morning of day 8, I came across some specks of moss on some rocks, which led to crafting the recently learned designs, that being a chest piece, vambraces, and coil. I'm so glad that I'm looking more stylish. Those last rags were not gonna cut it for much longer. With these upgrades made, I confidently set out to find the missing member of the Aranahe tribe at Shaded Grove, and of course, along this way, I would not hesitate to accept any gifts from the Navi, clear labs to accept side quests, or annihilate nasty RDA troops. Like this group of goons which had trapped a beast and were torturing it with electricity. Be free, my child, be free! So first, by midnight, I arrived at the Shaded Grove, and here spoke to Lurai, who also was wondering where Juan is, the missing gatherer who was last seen gathering herbs at a nearby river, specifically at a grassy patch near the shore, so that's our only lead. So I rushed on over there through a bamboo-like forest, but quickly sensed I'm not alone here.
What's going on? I hear something. My heartbeat is just going up and up and up and up. And I can't focus. Maybe in first person I can scout it out, whatever's here. Oh, my heartbeat's just getting faster. There. Oh, shoot. Oh, that's one of the big boys. Back, I say, foul demon. They ain't that tough. Oh, he's back. Oh! Holy crap, I got one tapped. Oh, I thought he fully left. He just pulled one under me with a sly fox. Know you're around here, puppy. Show yourself. I have the high ground. Oh, he has to be close. My heart is racing. I can smell him. Oh, he can get up here too? Okay, scratch the whole high ground bit. That's not happening anymore. Woo! Juke him! Book it! Book it, book it, book it, book it! Yeet! Ha! Outmaneuvered! Suck it! Now you don't know what to do, huh? Oh, that thing, yeah, no, I emptied a whole clip into his butt cheek and it just did not give the slightest semblance of a... Time to skedaddle! Get the speed boost, plants. Oh, I heard him. Oh, I was puckered up in the end. Alright, time for a more stealthful approach, huh?
Moving along, I came across a cave. The interior was gosh darn pretty, and its sacred Sarentu grounds too. And by scouring through this place thoroughly, I came across another one of these giant flowers, which unlocked the soft landing ability. If performed correctly, fall damage is reduced by 50%, and the 2 skill points increased my ammo capacity. Moving out, I continued my search for Juan, yet at a gatherer's outpost, I could only find items thrown about, so I had to follow clues to track them. I found a viper wolf impaled on a tree, and it seems to be trained by the RDA, as it has a collar and no neural whip to connect to Eywa or its packmates. Juan must have been caught by surprise by them, so I have to hurry, and my best bet is to track the scent of the herbs that they've collected, so I quickly found her nearby, wounded, hiding in a hole, defending herself with fire. She states the viper wolves must have endured terrible training, and since she's injured, I need to clear out any remaining beasts, and asks to give them a swift and clean kill to end their suffering. And so I oblige by taking out a swarm of these boogers and their 3 alphas. So now she can finally return to the home tree, where we're rewarded with a strong pair of vambraces, and I almost had enough clan favor to buy some leg wraps, so I deposited resources into the community basket for the rest. So now with my feet protected, I only need a headpiece. Note, I unlocked the ability to carry more ingredients and crafting materials. Plus, I received a better design for a bow, which once made was a very welcome upgrade to my damage. And you know, might as well check out the character changing station, as I'd gotten some new options for designs, so I tweaked our boy just a little bit. On the stormy morning of my 10th day, I had a very messy hunt against large prey. Not my best work, but that's my first hammerhead killed, and it gave me exquisite ingredients. I love cooking, so making good tier food is very satisfying. I then went to link up with another Taiyu plant, which had me doing a jumping puzzle, which honestly felt like it came straight out of the Guild Wars 2 Sylvari starting area, but here I unlocked Eject, which lets me yeet RDA soldiers out of an AMP suit, and I now get even more buffs from cooked food. Note, you can also get Tarsius saplings to get singular skill points, less than the grown ones, but still good. So I went to hoard up on a few so I could unlock better foraging to get better resources. If you couldn't tell, I'm dumping points into what I think is going to help me in the long run, like cooking and crafting, because combat has been quite manageable so far. And I'm still finding new stuff too, like a tree which spores permanently increase my health, so I kept an eye out for those. A new type of facility came into view the next dawn, an abandoned computer terminal. It's meant for humans, so I had to crawl around to pick it clean in some parts, but I also had to fix up circuit systems, which do have a time limit, but all this does give you is some more side quests, like this one to find a botanist. Then, till dusk, more beltries were sniffed as I'm slowly building up for more combat. And yes, this exploration is helping to get rid of all this pesky fog on the map. I felt confident enough on day 12 to find the Aranahe hunter named Itu, the one to guide us through the hunt to impress Kanat, and this fella has a fine ikran named Zome. I'ma have to hunt a stern beast, he says, but I'm too inexperienced, so to train, he hands over a heavy bow to practice hitting weak spots and teaches how to hunt respectfully, to appreciate the gifts our prey gives us. With this knowledge, I followed the scent of the stern beasts down the river, where a large winged predator scared them off. Just my luck, so I had to track them some more till I landed a admittedly dirty kill, but per Navi customs, released its spirit to Eywa while its body stayed with the people. Our rite of passage, so to speak, is now done, says Nefika, so I gave the meat of the hunt to the cook and made a piece of gear with the hide to present to Kanat, so I waltzed past his bodyguards straight into his chamber. He's pleased that Nefika got us looking more like a true Sarentu and expresses the loss of my people pains him. They respected their counsel, but he's aware I'm not here to offer Sarentu wisdom. I pleaded to get him to rejoin the resistance, which deeply offended him. We stand in the warmth of their home tree and are asking to bring war straight to it, and he ain't having none of that. He asks if we remember our family. We recall only the warmth of our mother, so he pushes if we remember her death, if we've seen Eywa's light leave someone we love. And with that storms off angrily. Nefika says we made an impression. Sure, Kanat doesn't get riled up easily apparently, but we should keep our chin up and head to the top of the tree, as their Tsahik has returned, their spiritual leader, our friend Etua. A Tsahik basically interprets the will of Eywa to spiritually guide a tribe, and she does this seemingly by caring for kinglor, big alien bee moths, and they've been restless because the sky people have been driving them out of the forest, so all of them flocked here, which is weakening the home tree. The swarm has a protective queen, the last Tsahik, her mother, cared for them a lot, and Etua really wants to fight the humans. Like the kinglor, she says we need to find our sting. Then Vefilu rushes in, a friend of her I suppose, who's looking for Itu. Kanat's looking for him. They're concerned that something happened to him because he should be home by now. Setua wants to go look for him, but the Tsahik should remain here. We both will go tackle this ourselves. But as I met with Vefilu at a nearby camp, it's clear she's not happy with me butting in to help, stating Etua just wants me here to ensure she doesn't tell her father she's been fighting the RDA. Apparently, these three friends like to harass the sky people behind Kanat's back, but went too far this time. They usually have no problems and celebrate their victories, but Itu didn't come back this time. So I'm gonna have to go investigate a hideout down the nearby cliffs. So I slapped on some ankle guards, fell great heights elegantly, slowing my fall with some big leaves, and reached Itu's cave, where I disposed of an RDA squadron, only to find slain soldiers along the cave walls. Seems like Itu's bow broke though and had to flee, and the bloodstains are likely from his Ikanzome, so I followed the scent of blood in a hurry till I spotted them fighting at a burning wreck. I pitched in like artillery, clearing the enemies out skillfully to find Itu trapped in this ship. So I hacked the system to open up the hatch, but was ambushed, and with that forced to jump on inside as well, leaving the Ikranzome to fend for herself outside. Luckily, my trusty tool got us out in no time flat, and we just barely made it out alive, diving into a river below. He's proud that they lived to tell this tale, despite his injuries, but we need to find Zome as soon as possible. And once we do, it's actually not a pretty sight. She is heavily wounded and suffering, and in his arms, passed away. All we can do at this time is just let the others know that he's alive and give him some time to mourn. The next morning, I went to Etua to report what had happened, and great, Kanat is here instead. Awkward! But actually, he's come to speak with me, and explains his fear and anger spoke for him in our recent chat, and is apologetic for dishonoring our loss the way that he did. He is still in mourning of losing his mate Asahe, but knows her wisdom and kindness remains here in Etua. He's noticed her and I walk the same path, which takes her further from him. He explains that he held her mother in her last moments, so where we see risks worth taking, he only sees certain devastation. His people have lost so much already, so we point out that if they don't fight, they actually could lose everything. Again, we don't see eye to eye. He thought he saw the peaceful spirit of the Sarentu in us, but seems like they all truly did die. A little bit of a harsh comment, but moving on to Eywa and Nefika, they're still trying to solve the kinglor problem. Eywa has a plan for this, which has Nefika worried. Apparently, if someone connects with the kinglor queen, one can see what pains her, but even she, the Tsahik, couldn't interpret the visions. So maybe we, Sarentu from the TAP program, can succeed as we lived in both worlds, so to say. Kanat might actually banish the three of us for doing this, but still we have to try. We should do this at a place called Glade of Light. It's far away from prying eyes, so they'll escort the queen over there. And it's funny that I have no say in performing this ritual, especially since I need to get stung, which will basically kill me, only to be revived with a remedy called Niktie, made from nectar, which we have to gather. And I figured since pollution hurts bees, it only makes sense to first obliterate some RDA factories, so I hit them up one by one. And all these clears got me some upgrades, like a better leg mod and a rifle, plus some skill points landed me the trust of crafting experts around the land to sell me their best materials. And this, I think, gets me tons of designs for free, which is exciting. Because of this, I made a pit stop at HQ on day 14 when a fellow named Jin McKay stopped me. Apparently, he has some issues with his wife named Danny. There's tensions between them. She's been leaving patrol groups, dodges questions, and he brought up a topic which he didn't like. Sounds like lovey-dovey business, so go handle that yourselves. I got business with Soleks, like snatching up 2 good bow designs. Thank you, my G. Plus, armor designs from Raj. They're hooking me up for real right now. Also note, quests are listed in difficulty ratings. I'm currently level 6, so I'll just knock out some of the lower level ones before dying to the Queen Bee. First, there's a quest to investigate a nearby RDA ship with 1 navi, even though another dude told us not to go. We find a human campsite, which was recently attacked by a navi and his ikran, which has our friend here hyped as they don't want to stay put when the sky people are getting so close. Following the scent of fuel from the ship, we actually found some RDA troops who are fed up with being constantly attacked by us all the time. Too bad for y'all that ain't stopping anytime soon. They did bring in heavy backup, but with my upgrades, I was just able to manage. As for that ship, it's totally wrecked, so we report back what happened to it, and it turns out the dude who didn't want us to go scout for the ship was the one who took it out. In self-defense, he says, because, Kanat doesn't really like us meddling with the RDA. In short, it's clear the Aranahe tribe is divided between offensive and defensive thinking. Some like Kanat, some like Eywa. But look, new bow mod, and you get it. I'll be getting tons of mods down the line, so I'll mention only the crucial ones. Because what's important here is I have enough clan favor for now to get this chest mod, which grants me 10% more favor from everything that I do. I'm so glad I got this early. 15 had me scouting for a human who was spotted at a nearby island. It's clear they frequented this place because there were rations, but they ran away in a hurry. They left a tablet behind and it had a voice log. It's from some lady wanting to confess her love to someone, but got scared off by bees. I brought the tablet back to HQ and tried to figure out who it belonged to, that being Anka here, a pilot who was embarrassed by what we heard in the log. In short, love ain't her strong suit. That's basically it. Next, I went foraging for high-quality ingredients for a cooking quest, yet the shrooms are best plucked at night. So I waited till sundown and got plenty, but none of the superior quality which I need. Good thing is, the next morning I learned you can upgrade resources with bladewing moths, which I have no idea how I got them, but I did this on mushroom, and cooked up these ingredients for an old man who likes telling stories. Apparently I added the ingredients in the wrong order, so I had to go out to get the superior ingredients again, which took very long because I got no more moths, and I needed it to rain for good quality on the plants. So I waited till the next morning, and rain was fallen, but still, just fine shell fruits all around. So I checked the Hunter's Guide, and apparently rarer ones grow at Thorny Wilds, which wasn't all that far away, and once I got there, I immediately got superiors, and thus cooked this again, but correctly. Satnap, the old man, says every good chef should sample his creation, though, and it was actually so good that I ended up eating the whole gosh darn thing. He uses this opportunity, though, to teach us, to tell a story, as through flavors we can remember our past, so we focus our senses, and the dish reminds us of our mother. This recipe, in fact, was taught to him by a Navi woman long ago, who could potentially have been our mom, as we have her eyes. Up next for my next quest, as I'm running, let me compress some family drama. Vefilu and her mother Nawuk fought. note that no one really tolerates the grumpy mama, who's only calmed at one spot near Stoneblade Ridge, which has become heavily polluted as of recently, which made Vifilu recklessly head on over there to sort things herself so mama can finally chill the f*** out. So, my diplomacy is needed. Not for these RDA soldiers on the way though, no. Also, Satnap apparently had given me a hand mod for more favor, so in honor of him, I guess, I unlocked getting double cooking ingredients. Eventually, I spotted black smoke coming from a huge facility, so I went up to a plateau for a better view, and here we see Vefila plotting to solo a whole RDA facility, because Nawuk is getting so insufferable, the Navi do not even tolerate her anymore. So, I'll just go get my hands dirty real quick before anything too serious happens. The pollution here is caused by a smaller rig though, a messy dredge site, where once the fighting subsided, I sabotaged the arm cables, closed the final valve for this place to go kablooey. Very easy clear, which is great because I'm loving the now vibrant, lush mushrooms on these big old trees. And thus, Vifilu and her mom regroup at her spot, happy this place is back, which leads to a lovely mother-daughter bonding moment. And everyone lived happily ever after. I changed gears on day 18 though, mainly doing map exploration to wrap up loose ends uncovered by my recent side quest grind, which landed me Vifilu's chest piece by the way, and a leg weak spot mod. By doing this for a while though, I quickly noticed that the rifle is actually OP, and this is like a super bad one. However, it does ruin animal hide and meat, so you gotta take note of that. And as I explored the gorgeous jungles at night at an RDA squad, a ship in that moment brought in heavy reinforcements. Not enough reinforcements, but I'll try and kill the ship next time as you can damage it. For now though, I was just happy to get my first superior foot wraps here and increased food buff duration. For day 19, I popped back to Nawuk's spot. There's a Sarentu painting station where, by memorizing its design, you get to practice hand movements. So from dark to dusk, I was performing fluid motions, which grants a temporary buff called Keen-Sighted, which lets you see high-quality resources without using Navi senses. Also, apparently RDA are stealing from Navi. I hacked this here box and got a very sick bow. Don't mind if I do. And you know what? Might as well go check in on Danny, McKay's wife who's ignoring him, as everyone and their mother apparently thinks I'm some natural-born diplomat. So after a bit of a wild goose chase, I eventually tracked her down, and turns out these two are married. She is very strict, and he's quite the jolly man, and the topic which was so sensitive that he brought up was to start a family, as he's quite hopeful that things here are going to get better, but she just sees a grim future fighting the RDA, so she's been patrolling more to ensure everyone's safety. She thinks only suffering is coming their way, having witnessed how the RDA traps wildlife, so I went to go free a stern beast from their clutches, which has her become a little bit more friendly to us, and managed to crack that hard shell of hers for her to express her concerns to her mans. Donskis. All these completed quests, though, had me overflowing by now with spare parts, so I can now finally afford that superior assault rifle I've been eyeing, along with an extended magazine. Plus, with great materials, I was able to craft Soleks lightning longbow, which lands me at gear level 7. And since I'm here, I might as well check on Hajir, the guy we saved a while back. He's up on his feet at least, but mentions the feral viper wolves with no kuru, which we have to deal with on the off occasion. They are failed RDA projects, where they hoped to control them, but evidently that failed, and he himself was involved in this, his greatest regret, and we should offer packs of these mercy by ending them as they are in constant distress and wreck the ecosystem. So of course, I went to go track them down in a foggy forest, and there was a lot of these things, but they all can now rest easy, and so can Hajir. He'll keep us posted though on any more sightings. I was then just frolicking around, exploring and accepting missions when I learned that contributing specifically requested materials to camps lets you unlock gear, like these great arm guards. So I handed off a ton of different camps, but just got more hair colors. But you know what? It's drip or drown, everybody, drip or drown. Next morning, I was asked to locate a missing aircraft from a resistance pilot called Louis, south of the Boundless Range. Its last transmission was near Solitude Station, and going there brought me closer to the floating islands, where I heard roars in the distance and caught an unknown scent, so I was on my toes. At this polluted pond, I actually found the Scorpion ship, crashed with no sign of Louis around. After some quick kills and detective work, I concluded he ejected in time, but was injured, and luckily the medicine he used left a potent scent, so I tracked him down into a cave. We're just glad he's alive, and Anka will get him and the med supplies he was transporting out of here. Turns out he's actually not a pilot though, hence why he crashed. Priya just assumed he was. As for payment, I was permitted to loot the wreck some more, which actually landed me a special grade shotgun, and I put its firepower to the test immediately, along with some storm arrows that I recently learned how to craft. And with this new damage increase, I set my sights on this jumbo-sized facility. This place has massive walls and turrets on top, but still, I managed to sneak in, and I was trying to stay stealthy, but things got heated rather quickly, so I had to rush to sabotage some terminals, and one thing led to another that I was just blasting my way on through the night here, causing major ruckus, and ended up blowing this place to high hell, leading to a mission success. And completion grants you access to the facility's loot room, but note, if you don't alert the guards, you actually get more rewards. These duty rosters are great though. Soleks wants them urgently. So back at HQ on day 22, Soleks wants the data rosters to track down specific RDA personnel who he's hunting, so we trade one for a good bow grip mod. The recent facility clear also got me a better AR, and here I purchased some really good ankle guards. Up next, Lure at the Shaded Grove needs our help. Some RDA have been spotted frequently visiting a nearby cave, so best check it out. It's just kinda hard to get there because the place is in Thanator country. Once there, we see they have a small camp right outside of the cave, and they're moving metal crates in and out. There are toxins inside, so I am given food to resist it, so I cleared out the site, ate the porridge, and peeked on inside. There are old Navi artifacts from all clans, which is quite strange, so I had to fight my way back to Lure and told her that they likely wanted to sell these, so she's glad that we stopped them in time. Then, I was just actively looking for one more skill point, which took a while to find, but during my travels I got many exquisite crafting materials and put small, weak feral Thanators out of their misery. Also note that pink dots on the map are varying key places like bellspring trees, memory paintings, etc, etc. Having learned this, I finally got 1 point on day 23 to unlock getting spare parts from AMP kills. I take those down often, so might as well cash in when possible, and I also got better sneaking too. Next, a lead gatherer needs assistance, but she's quite far away, so I tackled a big boy facility on said way. 'Tis a gas mine in this case, so it's a different layout, and I tried to complete this undetected, so it was a slow process, but I still ended up alerting the guards, so I let them calm down first, taking some time to explore the area for the remainder of the daytime hours, but once I returned, the alarms were still ringing, so I went to have a good night's sleep. But alarms were still screaming the coming dawn, so I reset to the main menu, which actually worked. I did have to do all of this from the start though, and was wanting to retry this stealthily as many times as required to get more loot. However,
Ooh, that was a juicy shot. Ooh. Ooh. This is not stealthy, but it is very welcome. Ooh. Let's have a little peeksy-poo. It's stealthy if nobody noticed where it came from. Boom. Oh. Yeah, screw stealth. Screw stealth. That is way too fun. Oh, yeah, they're gonna get notified. No. Alright. Well, you know what? It was worth it. It was worth it.
well, this was a certified when life gives you lemons moment, but with this place up in flames and picked clean, the swamp is now clear to get superior nectar for the ritual. What's nice as well is that Nor is warming up to humans, and this new waste cloth brought me up to level 8. Also, destroyed facilities, once overgrown, have HP trees, so I grabbed all the ones that I've missed, then met the lead gatherer at dusk. Strange, monstrous sounds are heard coming from the hills every night. The kids here are scared and want answers, but the elder firmly prohibits the adults from investigating, so it's up to me to solve this mystery. Night had actually just set in during the conversation, so perfect timing, I suppose. In the darkness, though, I found a bladewing moth nest, the swarm of which led me to some exquisite fruits, and at this here summit, I was able to get better gloves and odd gem-like beads. First at midnight, I heard the strange sounds coming from this RDA camp up a rock. Its radio was blasting static, so I just fixed it and heard the soldier's log. He also mentioned scary roars, so he left the place, but despite this information, I just told the locals that all is fine, nothing to worry about. Alrighty,
Day 25. Time to go get stung by the queen. At the glade of light, under glowing willow-like trees, Eywa, Nefika, and I huddled near a fire and began the ritual, syncing up my kuru with the Queen Kinglor's stinger, rendering me unconscious. In this state, I saw a vision of her. She's happy, guiding hungry kinglor to flowers, but these nasty RDA machines powered by a big facility produce pulsing signals, which agitates them and closes the flowers from which they eat. So she had no choice but to bring the swarm to safety, aka Eywa and the home tree. Thanks to the remedy derived from the nectar, I live to tell the tale of my vision, and to stop this, one thing is clear, I'm going to need an ikran, but Nefika expresses concerns, cause technically, Kanat has to grant us the honor of getting one first. Eywa assures us though that he will allow it, considering what we saw with the Kinglor Queen. So she'll gather the hunters while we go to the base of the Ikran Rookery. They'll even have Itu tag along. Maybe it'll comfort him after having lost Zome. Once I succeed, I'm to meet Eywa above the Rookery in the floating islands. And lastly, we need to connect to Eywa once to prepare for the bond that is to come, which is done by just connecting to the tree vines here. And hey, look! Double dishes from cooking. Free clan favor in my opinion. At the Ikran Rookery now, they snake me on inside and Itu hands me a rope used for the linking process and hopes that we can make a strong bond too. He will be our guide. By ascending the spiral passages with catapult leaves and strange bud-locked doors, the Ikran were getting curious. One in particular even landed, faced me. It's up to her though if she actually accepts me. So I calmly approach, but she just storms off, playing hard to get. This chase led me higher and higher, like for real, really freaking high. And considering I had to utilize my very limited parkour skills here, I was tensing up. Nora on the phone was worried that I'm too human for the bond, and Priya just kept saying to not look down, which really wasn't helping at all at this point in time. And well, the game of cat and mouse just continued for a while. The audacity of this, but I just kept it up, crossing a massive vine bridge when she peeked on in and snapped at me. So I used Itu's bind, but she escaped. In case you couldn't tell, things aren't going too well. Itu stayed calm though, remembering that it wasn't easy to get Zome. So we should be able to manage too, and it's actually now or never. Amongst the flock at the tippy top, I had to approach her one last time.
Easy does it, Mama. Easy does it. Yo, we get to customize it. Let's go.
A new bond. It is wondrous to fly on thought alone, to touch the mind of another, your hearts beating as one. You must secure the bond with a final act of trust.
How do I...
No shot, dude! Wait a minute! Okay.
Lie your eyes together and secure the bond!
Yeah! Oh, this is as cool as I hoped it would be. Yo, that is so cool. Oh, I got goosebumps. I gotta, well, I want to feed her. Yeah, let's feed Talisi first, okay? That's a good leg to start on. Ooh, not that far down. Oh. All right, we can speed up and everything. Oh, this makes traversing the map so different. Dive? Well, if you say so. Yeah, that's the stuff. Okay. A little bit of practice run here. I think the eggs gave me a 4-minute speed boost. There we go. Well, we did it. Oh, we can actually give her, like, whole meat. Oh, I've been stocking up, actually. I got exquisite stuff, too. I've been killing hammerheads. I like how the mission objective is literally on the left top. It said, enjoy your first flight. That's beautiful. That's actually cool. Look at the pattern on this thing. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no. Okay, so this is a thing, I guess. We have aerial combat? How do I attack? Oh, I can shoot. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Oh, you guys are fucked. You guys are so fucked. Oh, you're on my territory now. Oh, this is gonna be great. This marks a new era. Oh, I'm so excited. Giddy up, Felicity.
What a rush! But we need to focus. Eywa wanted to meet if we manage to actually complete the link. So, let's see what she's got to say going into day 26.
Your Ikran is fierce and proud. It saw a kindred spirit in you.
Your father refused to help.
They all did.
Well, he still doesn't heed her words, even as Zahik. She recalls how she and her mother soared to these skies, sharing stories as the night passes, with Ikran flying playfully. But the lightness of our conversation shifts. She remembers how her mother was cut down by the Sky People for her defiance, leading to them no longer speaking of the resistance. And with dawn now glimmering in, only one thing is certain.
If we do not fight, we will lose everything. We did not want war, but they have made us warriors. We must bring the fight to them.
First things first, I notified Priya that if we help the kinglor, we help the Aranahe, bettering the odds of them rejoining the fight if we succeed. And on a lighter note, we can customize Talisi, like with this here harness, and of course I just had to go for this dark purple skin, and this here leg mod to do more damage when mounted is a welcome surprise for the occasion. Also, the rider skill tree is now unlocked, so we learn evasive barrel roll and aerial fishing to restore energy. And I know the kinglor issue is urgent, but I just had to explore with Talisi for a bit, doing map completion, reaching high up places while Kanat cools down. I was doing stuff like snatching up some points, plucked new exquisite moss, loot more Ikran cosmetics, and even found a whole Tarsio plant which taught me drop impact, a jump and smash attack that causes area stagger. 'Twas HP tree galore too, and that's a mighty fine looking helmet, Talisi. That's a good girl. What a great day. Really, got tons of clan contributions done, side quests accepted, and progressed the maker tree like crazy. A new activity was uncovered too on day 27, as we stumbled upon a regional data tracking station. We'll need to activate quite a few of them so that they can collect data for the resistance, but thinking of my coming aerial combat against the balloons, we practiced mounted combat against small RDA sites, and landing hits like this is very satisfying. But it seems as though the enemy is gearing up too, as I saw AMP suits with flamethrowers. The second factory that I hit up went even better, smooth as butter, and even got a third facility nuked to oblivion at sunset. Talisi deserves all of the drip after so much effort. And we were grinding the next day to find one more skill point, which took a while, but once one was located under the largest tree I have ever seen, it was spent to unlock the last maker's skill. What's left for the final improvement here is to do an apex challenge, it says, and for the maker tree, it's specifically to make this exquisite bow. I'm stocked with good resources, but it requires exquisite water wheat and branches, which I have yet to find. Searching all day for improved fruitless too, so I guess they must be in a different region. That conclusion made me change my mods for offense on day 29, as I was off to fight the pulse balloons, which Priya helped me hack to get data before shooting the battery, causing the whole thing to go up in a ball of fire. Talon is also in the call, analyzing the data which we send. Good for him, being useful, and he deduces that the pulses scan for underground resources, but after taking down a few more and having way too much fun shooting RDA troops out of choppers, followed by blowing them up, it's clear that the signals aren't letting up. We'll have to destroy the source connected to them, being a large facility, an oil rig to be specific, where Eywa is already waiting, and she is set on attacking, and thus lures the scorpions to her so we can sneak on in. This mission is done at night, by the way, and man, I managed to kill all the enemies here before sounding any alarms. Took me long enough, but note that there are RDA rocket bots now. Having dealt with them, though, it was clear that the pulses are quite persistent, because even after blowing the whole place up, they were still going. So Talon recommended overloading the antenna at the tippy top of the facility, which I could reach thanks to Talisi. And after lots of hacking to redirect power to the main source, it was done. Eywa was still thrashing scorpions in a storm, but seemed to actually go down with one. So I wasted no time tracking her through the jungle, where we finally find her unconscious on the ground. The nature is coming back, Kinglor can feed again, but it's hard to feel any sense of joy as she remains completely unresponsive. Well, Kanat's gonna kill me for sure. Despite the growing dread of this though, I had no choice but to rush back to the home tree for help.
Keeping well?
I don't know. We're about to find out.
Yep, seems like he already knows. I can tell by the way that he approaches me ominously. He prepares the hunters to go get her, but this is when she bursts in through the roof. Thank Eywa, this might actually save me from capital punishment. He blames me for what's happened to her, but she stands up for me, and the kinglor are now feeding without assistance. They are getting better, just as we had hoped, and thus she explains what we did, why we did it, and that while the Sarentu was the only one to understand the situation and take action, Kanat did not. We saved the home tree, which finally makes her old man accept reality. They must fight too.
Eywa and I will stand beside you and lead our people together. Pandora will be free!
With this phenomenal breakthrough, Nefika gifts me a headband to look the part of a warrior, which means we can craft all types of gear pieces now. As for the team, they found cave systems thanks to the signal data and want me to come home. There are some new Navi friends to meet. And well, considering that things are heating up for war, I started to spend some points for DPS, landing me at level 9. So for day 30, I swung by HQ to speak to Dr. Alma, who is in her human body now. She's glad that we are growing and so happy that the Aranahe will join the fight, but we're interrupted by a sound coming from outside. Must be the new friends that she's mentioned, who seem to have a different way of saying hello. This is Nesim, leader of the Zeswa, a warrior clan from the upper plains. She's caught wind that we got the Weavers to act, and states that they too have been ravaged by the Sky People. Out of everyone here, Reinella comes forth and hesitantly negotiates that I, as envoy, will visit them just as the Sarentu used to. Nesim agrees to this and states that her sister Minang, the Zeswa Tsahik, is hunting at the celebration arches. I'm to go there and raise a signal kite. She will answer that call. It is a very long journey there, so I set out immediately while staying in touch with Soleks. And in short, the Zeswa didn't join the fight up until this point, as we had to prove ourselves first. They are as fierce as the strong winds in their land, which can slice through mountains, and will have to traverse the plains on foot. Talisi likely will not follow us into the strong winds. It's too far from home, and I'm going to need to understand the new lands first before she'll trust me enough to fly there. Plus, along the way, we found the biggest RDA base ever, and we should not approach it. There are more RDA soldiers there than kinglor in the forest, with tons of anti-air firepower, making that a round and find out zone. At this cliff near the waterfall, though, I had to leave my friend behind, as the only way to the upper plains is through this cave, which is quite pretty, and it opens up to beautiful windy steps with new creatures, and near the entrance was the signal kite. As instructed, Minang approached me on dire horseback and was glad that we came, and her sister says we should ride the plains and celebrate back at their home to hear our tales once more. But the Tsahik insists I first acclimate to the area and meet the Zakru, their guardians, big elephant-like creatures. Also, the Zeswa are nomadic, moving often, leaving kites on their trails, and our first priority is to learn to bond with a dire horse. Unlike the Ikran, these bonds are temporary, and I succeeded on my first try.
Here we go. We did it! I was wondering when this would happen. Oh, new ankle guards. Well, let's get you up then, ladies.
we rode across the plains, following the kites, giving updates to Talon, avoiding new predators, and just took in the scenery until finally I reached the Zeswa circle. Heading into camp, I could tell there was some commotion at the center, some friendly brawling matches, and we were met by a fellow named Kin who explains that they move when the Zakru move. When they rest, they stay put, dancing, brawling, and singing. Jokingly, if we're gonna want to be as strong as their people, we need a healthy serving of Zakru milk, he says. They make cheese too, and the whey they use to brew a drink called zanka, used in celebrations. He's also preparing a surprise for me, but needs a gourd of milk to finish it. He'll be across a nearby stream, so while he's busy, we can get to know the people here. Like Karmong, who teaches that the horses are always free, and says we need to master riding as they are an integral part of daily life. Tamu here cares for baby Zakru at the nursery, teaching that when Zakru sleep, they feed through their trunks stuck in the ground. And Akurai at the milk farm, whom we ask for milk to bring to Kin, and she mentioned he used to be a joker, making the whole clan laugh, but hasn't been the same since Sosul, his drinking buddy, left to be a burden carrier, an honored role, one who stays behind to carry excess possessions the tribe has accumulated so the rest can keep up with the migrations and tend to the Zakru graveyards. With the milk in hand now, I hopped on over to Kin, wanting to see the surprise, and he's next to a chunky Zakru named Pasuk, meaning berry, and I poured the milk into whatever he's whipping up, which turns out to be a dye. Which is our surprise. We are allowed to paint a marking on Pasuk, an honor, and he seems to like it, so much that we are friends now, and Zakru never forget a friend. Horns then blow, signaling that the sisters are back from their trip, so we should celebrate, and it is a Sarentu's honor to raise the celebration kites. So first I went to camp to hear people's stories and how to help them, located traders who sell really good items, and then raised the celebration kites as night set in, and spoke to the sisters right after, recalling the last Sarentu's visit was many migrations ago, and I now bring stories of war and resistance, and they are eager to be a part of them. They even mentioned that we'll be able to get our Ikran to fly here. We just need to connect to Eywa in a place called Chambers of Echoes, but the only thing that echoes across the plains right now is the sound of gunfire. So I offer to figure out what the RDA's plans are up here in the plains, and once we can ride these winds, we'll strike their camps from above. And presto, the spear thrower weapon and crafting of it is now unlocked to kick off day 31, and it's cool how I actually have yellow paint on me from Kin. Also, I began to primarily pump points into the warrior skills and then explored the plains because I'm dead set on finding those pesky final materials to craft the Apex Challenge bow, and logically, this led me to doing a lot of map completion, just like in the jungle. Killing new beasts and harvesting new materials felt fresh, clearing facilities was quite straightforward, and man, the sunsets, camps, and glowing plants at night are simply divine. More of the same happened the next day. Research stations are different here though, and they need a few more steps to fix up. As for this region's floating islands, they look a lot more like canyons, and having said that, it took me a while to rid the area of pollution and get to the rivers below to look for exquisite waterweed, although they eluded me. I was hopeful this memory painting, which is much harder by the way, would help me spot some, but I engaged in combat rated higher than my current gear level, so I got stomped and lost the freaking buff. And well, this led to wasting even more precious time looking for this freaking plant on day 33, till I finally learned its high rarity version is in the same spot that I'm already in, but in these big plants. So finally, I plucked one, but my troubles don't stop there, oh no. The final material, these branches here, are in a whole nother region. I really shot myself in the foot trying to min-max with crafting, so f*** it. For now, I bought more gear as I'm stocked on favor, crafted a few pieces here and there, and with new mods that I looted, I am officially level 10. Almost 11, so at night, back in the forest, I got a random exquisite stick to make a new Soleks bow to hit level 11. So there. I was satisfied, or was I? You see, I was at HQ to kick off day 34, and I just bought myself an incredibly OP exquisite shotgun and magazine upgrade, plus this bowstring and shotgun waist mod, and all that
bumped me all the way up to level 13. And you know, I really missed Talisi, so we went to test my new gear by obliterating multiple large RDA factories in the region. It was a blast of a time, no pun intended, and the loot was just flowing. I even got an exquisite AR. And well, this recent crusade meant that there were many newly sprouted bell trees to visit. And you know, it was high time as well that I learned what Sarentu totems do. Apparently you just follow the very obvious arrows for a good while, which lead to an observation point, and well, this kind of just gives you extra clan favor. Logically, I want this, so I completed any pending ones, and it paid off, because I unlocked an exquisite chest piece design. All I needed was a specific tree bark, which did take me a hot minute or two to find, yes, but that landed me the Sarentu chest piece, which is super stylish and tanky. Plus, consider, the chest mod that I bought adds health if a food buff is active, which can also make me tankier, and these Vuan gloves, which I'm rocking, give more health by a considerable percentage, so we've really buffed up fast. So, come day 36, I figured myself strong enough to convince Talisi that I can keep her safe in the upper planes, so I went to the Chamber of Echoes as instructed to connect to Eywa. And once synced up to the plume, we could now soar the skies of this region, meaning covering ground would be a cakewalk. First things first though, as promised, I went straight to investigate what the RDA is up to here, and I'm not planning on leaving any of their troops alive for interrogation, because I figured out enough once this camp was annihilated. You see, I got some intel from this voice log, and it's from Colonel Harding, head of Mercer Security. In short, there's 2 more camps like this one, and they scheduled drop-offs to a place called The Lodge. This is worrisome info, considering there are piles of dead animals here, and it was the same story at the second camp, but there were a few live specimens held captive, which were then freed. And here I learned as well that Harding sells trophies to people back on Earth for some big old bucks. Even the human-loving Talon expresses worry over our communications. As for the third camp in question, we deduce this lodge has to be at a place known as Stone Pillars. Talon has a hunch where that is, and lucky for us, he recovered an access code here too. So wasting no time, I reported to the Zeswa sisters, getting them up to speed. And this info logically doesn't have them all too pleased, so we're to shut down that lodge for good. They'll be in the area. So I went north of the Mother of Rivers, using wind currents to get there faster, and just as swiftly, Talisi and I rained down pain on the lodge, and thanks to Talon and the code that we got, we managed to break in easy peasy, leading us into Harding's main office. It's filled to the brim with trophies, and based on these logs, Mercer is frustrated with Harding, risking operations for her black market trophy sales, and she's got intel on a stash of Zakru bones, of which they plan to load multiple into containers to sell. Mercer even threatens Harding to shut her project down if this becomes a liability, and she's pulling back to an extraction facility as we speak. So besides killing her, the next best thing that I could pull off was ruin her trophies in this big freezer room. It took some finagling with the cooling system, but somehow with Talon's help, it lit up in a glorious blaze. The sisters then arrived at the scene shortly after, and were in utter shock to see the animal displays in the office. Enraged, they swore that they will kill Harding before she does any more harm, and we know she's heading to plunder the nearby Zakru graveyard called Weeping Gorge for bones, the same one where the burden carrier Susul is at. And would you look at that? Harding's on the line, pissed that we're in her office, and the sentiment is mutual. The plan now is that I go warn Susul of the incoming danger while they rally their warriors. Cool thing, on the way there the next morning, I made a pit stop at a plant which granted me Ghost Strike, basically 30% more bow damage when stealthed. Very juicy. Following Zakru bones into a cave, I finally found Susul, followed by his friend Kin. They're quite relaxed in each other's company and don't really seem to be worried about my warnings, thinking there's nothing of value for the humans here. So it took much persuasion for them to grasp the seriousness of the situation. But Susul doesn't want to leave while the big flutes in the area aren't tuned properly. So we offer to handle it quickly, which he gladly accepts. It's been too long since he's been back with the clan. Tuning these flutes is incredibly simple, but it is important to them as it brings peace to the deceased resting here. So I rush to find the remaining ones, and thanks to Talon, we know the RDA is on their way but still far out, so we got some time.
By exploring the caves here thoroughly, I reached the 2 first flutes with no issues to speak of, yet as I approached the 3rd location, RDA troops started dropping on into the canyon, so I was in a hurry before things got too hairy. The amount of parkour required to get to this last one was quite extensive, but incredibly enjoyable, and with this final one done, I headed up to a space to hear the calming symphony of the wind. Yet this peace is quickly broken as a squad of ships are seen flying overhead. Priya listened into Harding's frequency and says they're tracking a warrior, likely Minang, and an animal. That can't be good. So quickly, with these here 9 skill points, I upped my base damage by 10%, increased longbow damage when fully drawn, which stacks, and a 4th weapon slot, landing me at level 15 now, and I'm surely gonna need all the HP that I can get from these here trees. So, now at the ready, I set out to the coordinates sent by Priya. But I'm too late for the fight. They've already struck. Minang, thankfully, is alive, but Pasuk, the Zakru that we met, has been killed, and there's no way this will be forgiven.
Rally your people, warrior. We ride to battle.
I called up Alma and explained what's unfolded, and of course, the resistance will back up the Zeswa to hit the sky people hard. Talon called me up on the next morning, stating that everyone there is prepping for war, which has him quite tense about these coming fights. He wants to negotiate with the humans, but we are way past the point of no return. The plains map is currently a mess exploration-wise though, so I went to tidy it up for a while as the Zeswa gear up for battle. Totems were unlocked, granting me an exquisite Sarentu glove design, and I grabbed a ton of good eggs for Talisi. As for those gloves, I need exquisite Sound Blast hide to craft them, and I've been itching to tango with one of these, as they're the strongest wild beast that I know of, and it was a fun hunt, and it was worth it too, because these gloves are beefy and give 15% more clan favor. Big stonks. After that, I was just blasting the day away. I love doing map completion, it scratches an itch in my brain. On the menu the next day was just to take out a few more big RDA facilities in the plains. From one, I even looted 2 exquisite leg guards. Very nice, and by day's end, the middle section of the plains looks much cleaner. I was on a roll going into my 40th day, so I explored some more, and the plains have one of those huge facilities as well. That's where the Zeswa will strike very soon. In anticipation of this, I got enough points for a 10% damage increase and more special ammo and grenade capacity. And through my explorations, I stumbled upon the forward operating base of our joint forces completely by accident, and here the leaders are in agreement that we need to lure the troops out of that facility into the open to stomp them down. And it doesn't take a genius to realize that the sisters have some tension towards Alma. Likely because, she's an avatar or she's worked with the RDA in the past. Either, or both. I mean, even Soleks gently lets her know it's probably best she sits this one out. This is Navi business. Outside, Soleks says that we should communicate via radio, as it's up to me to infiltrate the compound itself, as they'll be on the outside running interference, which should make my side of the job much easier. And for the occasion, he even hands us a short bow to use in tight spaces. As for Alma, she's clearly hurt by the sisters' words for being kinda pushed aside. Agrees though that Solek knows Navi and human tactics, so he's better suited for this stuff anyways. She'll just help out with coordinating the rest of the resistance during this time. Solek had tons of exquisite designs for me too, so finally, I was able to craft an exquisite longbow. Not the one from the quest, but still this one is very strong. This damage increase actually puts me at level 16, and thus, more ready than ever, I went to infiltrate the extractor plant in Stonehold, our biggest raid yet. During my walk there, Talon actually points out that Mercer must be fuming over Harding's shortcomings recently, having Zeswa follow her as she protects her black market, costing the RDA greatly. All we can do is hope that tension plays in our favor somehow. But without any further ado, it was time to break in at dawn of day 41.
Alright, got a point of entry. This is going to be almost impossible to do entirely stealth, because I just kind of like running in with my shotgun and blasting everything before they can sound the alarms, but this one's probably a little bit too big to do that all knuckle-headed like, so here we go. Here he comes, our first victim. Can't say nothing. Can't say nothing. This is a very viable stealth strategy. Run, 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 run. 1, 2, 3. I like how I immediately abandoned my attempts at being stealthy and just kill things before they can speak. Alright. No more escapees for you.
I'm getting all the loot out of here. This shotgun's just so OP. Again, I'm playing on normal difficulty, but this is just absolutely one-tap stuff. Boom.
Those are underground in the gas mines. There should be an elevator or a shaft or something.
All right, well, down we gotta go. And a 1, and a 2, and a bam. Right in the face. Bada bing. Bingo. Bango. Wait for it. Wait for it. Bongo. Ah! There you go. Yep. He did mention an elevator. It's been a while since I've gone through ducts like these. My forehead still hurts from the tutorial.
Okay, I'm in.
Fight well and join us in victory.
You heard the man. Can't let Salt Lake down. Stagger rounds. Ooh. Say less. Easy McSqueezy. Boom. Boom. Oh, so fun. I got my stagger round. You have dug your own graves, human scum. Turn off the gas. And rip out the cables. Bam. And going 2 for 2.
So I was just looking at the schematics for those injectors, and they're actually pretty fascinating. Did you know that?
Shut up, Talon.
That sounds neat, but we're in a battle here.
Exactly. Jeez. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Did he just blow up something behind me? Rude. I know I said we're going 2 for 2, but you know what? I am an overachiever. We're not just going even 3 for 3, apparently. 4 for 4. This is gonna blow up in my face, isn't it? All right, I gotta go. There you go. It is beautiful. I ain't gonna lie, it is really pretty when things go up in flames like that. Look at that. We're Donskis.
And then, what is it?
Oh.
Fluid production unit. Yeah, they nicknamed it the Tech. Just...
Okay, I guess we're not done. We gotta go to fluid production. Say less. Got you.
Alma, I'm heading deeper into the base now.
Just be careful. I'm sure they didn't send all their troops out here.
What's happening out there?
I think we surprised the RDA. They never thought we were together with a navi like this. There sure are a lot of RDA, though.
All right. Positive and negatives. No! Oh, I can hear that outside. Jeez. I was scared Solek died. Boom and boom. It's so comfortable to shoot with a controller, honestly. Just because I lack skill. So aim assist is nice.
Headed to processing.
That's where they will process the natural gas into chemicals for extraction fluid production. There'll be a lot of pressure in those pipes. How does Alma call it? An achy heel?
Achilles heel. A weak spot.
Yeah. One thing's very clear. I'm not gonna let this place go up in flame without having stolen every single item in their possession. Ah! It puts me back all the way to the start. Okay. You know what? Maybe I spoke a little bit too soon. Thing is, this is a speed up point. It rushes you into it. There you go. Heck, man.
Hello, Bloom. I
I don't know how you managed to get in, but
You
I know how you're leaving. Take them out.
Try me, bitch. Okay, it's go time. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is a beefy one, huh? Oh, no, he's fine. He's a big cheesy. It's a lot of smack talk.
But you were always persistent. I'll give you that. The technology. What do you have? Aside from a head full of lies. I have my friends, ancestors, and Eywa.
Just sounded like I have the power of God and anime on my side. You know what? Let's just eat. Let's just eat to be on the safe side. I do got buffs if I eat, so might as well make use of it. All right, Harding, you better be behind this door. I'm getting rather impatient. Oh,
Pipes. Let's see how they burst.
shoot first, ask questions later.
You can't win this, right? You break some shit, we'll just build it back up.
Also, in case y'all couldn't notice, stealth is off the table at this point. Oh, do I gotta break this? Indeed. Anything else? There we go. Oh, is that her? Oh, thank God. That would have been anticlimactic. I want her to suffer. Okay, so we were at gas, like, collection, the refinery, and now we gotta go to the fluid production room. For the love of God, Harding, if you're not behind this second door. Well, we are getting some supplies. This does scream boss room up ahead. Oh.
Harding's here.
Remember, she's dangerous.
They're locking down the base. How is it out there?
The RDA's brought in air support. I need to go.
Well, sounds like they're getting up. All right. Oh, time to hack. Presto. There he is.
Little black market has brought the blues to our doorstep. I had it under control.
Bullshit.
Facility. Burn with it if you wish. Otherwise, the last chopper leaves in 3 minutes. Your sister died quickly. You won't be as lucky.
I don't know. 3 minutes is a very short amount of time, but either way, let's tango. I can't shoot him. Dang it. It's cool though. The whole place is getting raided by Ikrat and stuff. Feels very, very involved. Oh, see, they're going there. All right. Current model is inefficient. Uh-oh. We're just basically robbing them of all their info. Can you open up? Ah. When violence doesn't solve your problems, you're not using enough of it. There y'all go.
I'm almost at production.
Okay. You'll know you're there when you see the tick. It's, huge. There's gonna be smaller tanks. You need to break the pipes and then close the valve to start building pressure.
Whatever he said. Ooh. Don't you run from me! Yep. Oh, come on, that would have been so cool. Ah, same old, okay.
Got the pipes. Now that valve, right?
That's right.
You heard the tech wizard. I ain't gonna ask no questions.
Valve's closed.
Now the second step. Pipes first, then valve.
Ooh. Okay, they have a lot of big boys. That's a lot of lead. Hold still, will ya? I'm out of meds already. Jeez. Ah! you! Crap. Woo! Stop it. Please. Jeez. Oh, this is getting close. Oh, there we go. I think that's all of them. Wasn't helping that I was standing in the poisonous gas either, but you know what? I gotta nerf myself at some point. I might die simply due to the fact that I don't have any meds anymore. Gotta make it snappy. Oh, there you go. I'm healing. Ooh, okay. We're good. We're good. And these mother... Good thing this gun has extra RDA damage. With that done, time to set this place to kablooey. Oh! Yeah, if you're not gonna move, you know, it's fine. Find control room. Okay. I'm gonna suffocate in this, dude. Holy moly. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's all I needed. Oh, thank God. Okay. Thank Eywa. Holy. Alright. Ooh. You! No. I double checked. That is incorrect information. Alright. I believe this is it. Don't miss on any loot. But with that done, let's rig this place to blow. Gotta get the key. Feels like Pac-Man for some reason. Oh, I don't like that sound. Ah, it's venting. Ah. You're smart, Talon. You know how to break things. Oh. Woo! Holy! Okay, I did not expect that to happen. Stop! Like 2 seconds, please. Ooh. Alright. Fire from both sides? Sure, that's fair. Hold it. Hold it. Chop. Ignore those shots. Ignore those whips. They never happened. They're not canon. That one is. There we go.
The machine is down.
Mission success.
We have them on the run.
Let's go, dudes.
This wound bleeds with poison. We shouldn't linger.
The chemicals. Meet us back at the camp.
But what about Harding? I want to kill that bitch. Well, that does it. That's a wrap.
10-4 command. We're on the move.
See you later, alligators.
Evac is a go.
Please give me a lot of loot. Oh, I like that the Econ riders are chasing them. That's a nice little touch. I like that. Them's my boys. Now, if I were to be a loot stash, where would I be? I feel like I've been scammed. There's no loot room. Well, back to the team I go.
Once back at camp, everyone was in high spirits. Nassim stated that moving forward, the Zeswa need to be the shield for all of Eywa's children, and Minang looks forward to when all of this is over and we can celebrate good times again. But till that happens, we should carry the flame of this victory to the hearts of many more. As for our reward, it is an exquisite waist armor piece and its design, which is very much needed at this point, but we must celebrate. Priya invites us to HQ for a party, so of course we pay him a visit. She greets us warmly and everything is basically ready. Just gotta help Talon with the lights. He's better at dealing with tech than people anyways, and they light up perfectly, so good job, my guy. Time to mingle, I figured, but this Billy fellow is a stick in the mud. He's just tense that everyone's relaxing. He seems quite opposed to letting our guard down. We do learn, though, through this conversation that he left the RDA because all lives to them are expendable, as Mercer is ruthless, but he has doubts that if that decision was actually the right one, seeing that everyone here is so easygoing. What a downer, actually. At least Anka and Priya are winding down a bit. Nor also seems to be hanging out with Solek a lot recently, apprentice and master feels like. They'll even do some scouting and training together, which is nice. McKay, Alexander, and Rinella are in the dining area. The dudes actually tried to make some Navi food, and I'm no culinary expert, but I don't think these dishes should cause dizziness, spontaneous combustion, nor the tingly sensation of having swallowed a taser or two. At least our good friend Hajir is here, but he's not in a party mood actually. He'd rather just stay busy with his crafting projects. As for Alma, she calls that she needs to talk to us about something, sounding kind of mellow, and she's up on the observation platform, and we can't have her be all mopey now, so I went in hopes to cheer her up, saying hi to Danny on the way. She's worried about Billy being so on guard, having brought his gun to the party and all. He's also known to act like the big shot, and she doesn't want him doing anything reckless. She'll talk to him in the morning though. Either way, Alma is indeed up on the platform, all by herself. This must be a very serious chat, I figured. She mentioned that we've grown so much during this time, and she's proud of our resistance together. But here's where Nor and Talon butt in with a Sarentu item they found here at base. Nor actually very quickly swaps from joyful to bitter on the thought that it was stolen like everything else we know. Alma tried to calm him down, to just be glad that the item is now with us, yet that didn't do the situation any good. Nor affirms that we and her are not the same, and that all we've ever wanted, what we've needed, she was the one to decide for us. She says she only wanted to protect us all this time, but no matter her words, Nor was having none of it. We've all been through so much at the TAP program. Harding actually broke Nor's fingers while forcing him to wield a gun, and Mercer had beaten Talon as a child for wetting the bed, and that's not even mentioning what they did to our friend Ahadi. But suddenly, Priya calls Alma per radio. Not a good time, cause Nor is still facing her off, saying that she never ever did anything to protect us. To Nor, all Mercer did to us, she is responsible for.
Not right now. Priya? Say again! Get down!
Just like old times. I want this one locked up.
Well, that was a concussion and a half. I had no idea where I was, besides for being in RDA territory, with no items to defend myself with, when out of all people, Party Pooper Billy spoke over the radio. They snatched him up too, it seems. He can't hear us right now, so we'll just have to follow his guidance on how to get out of here. I did feel kind of bad, though, that we didn't heed his tension at the party, but even he calls me buddy, so I guess we're on good terms. First thing he led me to was a radio so we can actually communicate. He has no idea where the others are from HQ. As for how he's on comms, he actually convinced Mercer that he wanted back on their side. A persuasive, arrogant fellow indeed. He also worked in this facility, which kind of explains how he knows the ins and outs of this place. Slowly but surely, I snuck through vents and shafts, till finally, I saw him in a separate room. He assured me that he does have a plan on how to bust us out of here, but I did want an explanation on how the hell he so easily convinced Mercer to rejoin, but I guess it doesn't really matter. He is helping me after all, putting himself in danger in doing so, and knows the place. I didn't really have a choice. Jokingly, he stated it's Billy Knows Best day, so what he says goes. So he hacked doors, and I got to slip past amp suits, and learned that this is actually a massive aircraft hangar that we're in, ready to shoot down any opponents in the sky, so calling for Talisi will be a no-go. Yet since we're in this pickle, we might as well blow it to high hell, so he recommends we sabotage the cooling system, which would have this place blow up in a matter of minutes considering the fuel stored here. Following his instructions, I flipped some switches, which did blow my cover, so the old left-right became my go-to weapon. It's just useless against amp suits, so running it is, to flip all of the devices that he told me to. And, well, having Billy open all the doors and activate devices for my escape inflated his ego greatly.
Look at that! I did it again! Oh yeah!
He can flex all he wants. He did lead me to my weapons after all, and with that, my hacking tools. So the vents went kablooey, letting me dive into a drainage system, on the other side of which Billy actually apologized for switching sides to save his skin. He's at least doing the right thing after that, though. I don't think any of us foresaw, though, that I walked straight into the lion's den here, where Mercer and Harding were waiting for me, acting like they caught me like a rat in a cage, as they assured me I will not see daylight again. Billy rushed to hack a door to get me out, while the only thing I could do was duck, dodge, and blast my way through tons of RDA troops that came swarming in, till everyone was notified that the base was compromised. Everyone had to evac ASAP. The cooling shutoff seems to be taking effect. Mercer would love to see the final act of this show, but deems it fitting that I'll just die in my own sabotage here. Funny that just as he leaves, Billy opened the gate, my getaway ticket to escape the fireworks, yet sadly, this will be our last call with Billy. He's not gonna make it out alive. He needs to manually set the system to overdrive, which won't leave him enough time to get out, and not enough time for us to save him. It's time for him to be the hero, he says. So as he cut off our call, explosions started to tear up the place, so I just ran straight through them into the unknown, leaping down into a river under the darkness of night in a whole new forest. Cardio was in store on day 42. With speed and firepower, I did manage to escape Mercer's clutches, which landed me deeper and deeper in the clouded forest. A cave here served as shelter to catch my breath, and with that to contact allies, as some had actually escaped on a ship during the attack. Priya is shocked that I'm still alive, gave me coordinates to a new hidden base that they're using as a hub, and I mentioned Billy's noble sacrifice. On the topic of people not being around anymore, no one knows where Talon is. He was last seen running into the forest during the strike. I called to check on him, and he is not sounding well. His breathing is heavy. I assured him that we'll bring him back to the resistance, but he refused. With great sadness, he says everything that just unfolded was his fault. Turns out that broken radio that he had on him from Mercer wasn't actually broken. He had been communicating with him. Mercer had promised no one would get killed in the party if he gave him our location. Which doesn't take no scientist to know that that was a big fat lie, so our friend states he does not belong with us anymore and cuts the call. Rinella then hops on the line right after, happy that we made it out, but is completely taken aback by the news of Talon. We're all dumbfounded by how he was tricked so easily. All we can do now, though, is give him some space and hope things cool down. My walk to the new HQ had me stumbling upon many new resources, though, and wildlife like bonehead rhinos, which are incredibly territorial. Honestly, most things here are aggressive, no matter the size. Regardless, I kept on pushing, climbing great heights to reach the rendezvous location, which is at this massive cave entrance where I was greeted by our good friend and leader Soleks. He's relieved that we made it out, assured that Billy is now with his ancestors, and mentioned an unnatural poison fog all across this land, likely caused by the RDA. But his focus is also with Nor, who has been way too agitated lately, filled with resentment. He wants to help him, but is personally trying to not get consumed by those emotions himself. Further in, Rinella states that we don't have enough basic resources here, and is quite anxious about the fact that we are in the territory of the Kamitire clan. They aren't the most welcoming bunch, and Alma had said that they're not to be trusted. No one knows why she said that, though. As for telling Nord about what Talon did, we should wait. He is way too angry as is, and this news might actually send him over the edge. As for this base, it'll do for now. A bit bare bones, but well protected. It does have an interior section though, which sort of feels like home, I suppose. Many familiar faces are here too, settling in. However, Alma isn't looking too good. She is being cared for, but is sedated due to suffering severe injuries. Hajir is our best doctor. He probably would know how to help, but the problem is, he passed away in all of the chaos. To make matters worse, we don't have enough medicine in stock to treat everyone here. At least Nord is already trying to help on that topic. He was last seen going out back to find meds, so on my way to him, I accepted many requests for help from our allies, claimed some really good designs, and spoke to Priya, who is stressed beyond belief. She needs this hollow table operational, and after lots of finagling with the power, we actually managed to boot it up, but a power surge caused the comms tower to go offline. That will get sorted in its due time. For now though, I went to speak with Nor, who is fed up with everyone always asking how he's doing. and he dismisses Alma's claim that the Kamitida are no good. They're just reclusive and good healers, which we need right now. That's what he remembers, at least from his childhood. We'll need to find their capital called the Hollows, and he recites more of his memories, going there for medicine with his father, and rumors of a rare, gentle creature in these parts. We'll keep in touch for now via radio, while I go connect with Eywa at a nearby tree. It's very, very close by. Maybe one day, though, he will feel comfortable to do the same. He doesn't really want to taint Eywa with his bad memories and thoughts, so after a short, lonesome walk, I reach the spot, plug myself in, and presto, Talisi is now joining us in this region. It is vast, eerie, yet beautiful, with so much to explore. I have my mission clear though for day 43. I went straight to some nearby mountains and got these darn exquisite Dawnsheen branches for my crafting apex quest. Next, I popped on over to the Kinglor forest, got exquisite hammerhead parts, and thus built the bow. Finally, I am a master crafter, and I've made so much progress that I could afford to improve my Ikran stamina, plus learned how to do takedowns on ships, a final blow pretty much, which pumped me up to level 18. And now that I can craft gear with insane stats, it's time for a new armor set. So I made a shopping list of all the resources that I would need and set out to find them, all ideally in exquisite rarity, which was gonna take a while. The map is actually pretty huge. I was focusing on items in the Kinglor forest first, like Viper Wolf teeth, during which though, I actually found a very, and I mean very, OP shotgun, like damn! By the next morning, I had moved to the upper plains for my shopping spree, which included getting more Soundblast hide, hunting down cloaked panthers, amongst getting many other items. I was almost done on day 45, just had to grab some bloodleaf bark. The problem though is that I'm going to need for it to rain to get rain thistle, so I went to the clouded forest in the meantime to get items there till that would occur. Just a few cones here, some rock orchids there, and far out west, some crimson bark got plucked. Which meant for day 46 I had nothing to go get till it rained, so some map completion was done in the meantime, focusing mainly on getting new skills unlocked like Screech for Talisi, a disorienting and damaging roar in a 50-meter radius. Later in the day, another one was also claimed, named Wing Gust, so when Talisi lands, she can push enemies back with wing flaps. And can we just take a moment to appreciate this here sunset? Either way, at night in a cave I got one more, which gave me free fast traveling. It means it doesn't cost energy anymore. And might as well keep this ball rolling the next morning with another, called Way of the Diplomat, which lets me get more favor. As for this next one that I snatched up in the later parts of the day, it gave me reconnaissance to see patrol paths of RDA units. First, the next noon did it pour down heavily, meaning I got that elusive thistle. So finally, I was able to go make my whole new armor set, and on top of the new buffs that I was getting, I made sure to set up all of my mods for more stealth and weak spot damage. My tons of favor that I'd accumulated also helped in this endeavor, while also letting me buy resources for camp hand-ins, and the skill unlocking spree that I'd just done had gotten me so many skill points that I maxed out the Hunter tree, boosting me to level 19 and unlocking its Apex quest, where one needs to perfectly kill amp commandos with a heavy bow and spear thrower. I just sadly didn't have any good weapons of those types on me at the time, so I had to dump tons of items into contribution baskets for favor in order to buy reeds to craft one of each of those weapons, which I went to try out in the clouded forest. Finding commandos in the facilities here is actually quite easy, and the objective for heavy bow was actually smooth as butter to complete. I did, however, struggle like crazy with the spear thrower part, which had me spiraling into a lengthy, heated battle for my life. Stealth was out the window, and I was running out of spears and meds real fast, but just in time, I completed the whole quest. Close call for sure. Worth it though, because now any bow shots have a chance to disorient enemies, and to celebrate this achievement, I went and bought myself some crisp human weapon mods. Ironic though that the very next morning, by doing enough hand-ins, I unlocked the Zeswa heavy bow design. Either way, it was time to find the Kavit clan for their medicine, yet heavy poison fog prevented Talisi from getting close to the spot, just as Soleks had said, so I ran on foot, out healing the poison till I reached a camp with clean air. It's uninhabited, but there is a lit fire, and strange noises are heard all around, even asides the ones from these here cat shark-like creatures called echo stalkers. The source was an automated animal deterrent, crafty people. This place actually has tons of crafting stations to make medicine of all sorts, so this has to be the right place. And thankfully, once I fixed the animal scare device, an eccentric navi fumbled on over, pursued by a feral thanator, which got sent to sleep real quick so we could chat. They are thankfully unharmed, shocked that we are Sarentu, and explains the poison is called Eywa. It's quite deadly, and they're studying its effects while no one really knows where it's from, only that it appeared after the Sarentu clan disappeared, and it's widely believed that Eywa is punishing the Kamitire clan with this poison. Back to the point, I pleaded to see their best healer, and that would be their tsahik called Anufi, but she doesn't see anyone these days. Their leader Mokasa even forbids people to visit her, yet they'll help us in this endeavor, so I was given info on where to find their capital. Learned their name is Okul, and it's super important that no one knows that they're the one helping me. A few wing flaps later, I arrived at the capital, the Hollows, and this clan's reputation of being reclusive holds true. All are in hiding and whisper to me from the shadows, asking why the Sarentu have returned, when Mokasa approached me with stern anger, affirming that the Sarentu no longer exist and thus questioned who I was. But no matter my pleads and explanations, he only saw me as a liar. In short, they no longer are healers. Not since their tsahik killed instead of healed, that is, and holds his opinion strongly that the Sarentu are dead, and my claims are all lies, disregarding any of the others' opinions, as to him, we offend their memories of their Sarentu friends.
Be on your way, imposter. We have no need of you here.
That was a very bizarre encounter. Something fishy is going on, though, and it has to do with our long-lost clan. At least one of them, called Satne, met with me in the Circle of Ancestors. Turns out, every clan blames the Kamitire for the death of the Sarentu, which is strange. We know the RDA were the ones to take us away. Good thing she doesn't agree with Mokasa's ways and tells us where to find their tsahik. So off I was, straight to the spot, and I did find her house, yet it was locked. Only a navi named Zamhil would speak to me here. She's the caretaker of their tsahik, and thinks maybe she'll see me considering the mark of the Sarentu that I carry. It might do her good even. So, after a plant puzzle, the door unlocked, and inside, I found Anufi huddled in a corner. I approached her cautiously, yet she was overwhelmed to see a living Sarentu. I begged for her to heal our friends, yet she assures healing carries dangerous power. Her hands are proof of this, and this tiny object, a medicine that she had developed, caused great harm. This, supposedly, is the reason of the death of my clan, yet when I explained to her that the Sky People came for us, she is shocked and confused. She can't accept that reality, and she cannot risk to heal anymore.
Our wounded will die without your help.
Then they will die.
Well, that's not the outcome we desired. Tenor, though, the thought that the Kamitire are at fault also doesn't really make sense. Someone is hiding something. Why are they all afraid? Why did Alma say they can't be trusted? To our memory, the Kamitire have always been good friends with the Sarentu. For now, we have to hurry, though, and find another healer amongst them. Stat. Zamhil only knows of one who might help us, a healer named Suil. He's a herbalist, and doing that is actually forbidden nowadays, but he continued with this in secret, but no one had seen him in a while. So back at the Hollows, I went to his workshop, but it is also abandoned for a long time by the looks of things. Clues here indicated, though, that he'd been researching sick plants called eyethorn, likely at a nearby canyon. These plants do indeed grow here, but no sign of the person. So I followed the scent of a navi from these plants far, far into the forest. It was a very long jog, but it landed me straight at an abandoned RDA facility. And a quick peek inside had me meeting up with Okul yet again. Turns out Siul is their medical mentor, and they had been researching here how to get rid of the Eywa, but sadly, he has passed away. He had never believed that it was Anufi's fault that the Sarentu died, so if we prove that she's innocent, she can get back to healing and integrate back to the clan. That's a pretty good plan, and our first step on completing it is to finish his work on making medicine to resist the poisonous fog. But all their work is locked away in the room behind us, which is full of the stuff. Our hacking tool would be perfect to clear it all out, but the generator itself is missing some electrical components to be operational. The nearest place that I could find such items is at gas station Bravo right next door, so in preparation for oncoming fights, I grabbed a skill point and used it to up my resistances to poison. Seems fitting for the region. The raid on day 50 got quite hairy very quickly, so I just snatched up the cables and skedaddled back to Okul, put them into the generator, and bada bing bada boom, I was able to hack tons of devices to get this place aired out. Once that was finally done, we entered the center chamber, where Okul prepared a tea of sorts with the supplies from Seoul, during which we noticed crates labeled TAPCon 1. Seoul must have found it nearby, but that doesn't make any sense. The TAP base where we were held is very far from here. More can be found in the Eywa, Okul said, so I should be the one to drink the now finished tea. It's only right for me to enter the poisonous fog and solve the mysteries of what happened to our people.
Good luck. I have every confidence in you.
Checking in with Nor, he remembers TAPCon 1. The place appears in his nightmares. This is getting very strange. Our school is nowhere near here. Far in the north, in a region covered in Eywa, I began to investigate a crash site to learn more. And I'm almost glad that tea actually worked. Based on some items I found, I concluded an RDA ship carrying a cage crashed here, and by hacking the black box, I got the coordinates of this TAPCon 1 facility. I got there. It is massive and completely abandoned, so I broke on in. It wasn't a problem at all, and with the lights now turned on, I was able to explore some more. Yet this place is quite creepy. Terrible things must have happened here. A few clues had me realizing that they caged navi and tied them down to tables. Sadly though, I could not proceed any further as there was a box that I seemingly could not reach with my signals from my SID device. Thankfully, Raj hooked me up with 2 mods to extend that range the next morning, so I went back with those on me. But still, no dice on the hack, so I just blew up the box. Done. I may proceed. It became clear quickly that this is actually where we as kids were held captive, treated like animals. The RDA took everything, yet through our memories, a distorted recording was heard echoing through the halls, so I followed it into a lab. Turns out the voice is from a log from none other than our Alma Cortez, and they had all of Ahari's information registered here. Alma certainly has been more involved than just being our teacher. We need to know more, so deeper I went to investigate and stumbled upon a feral Thanator prowling the place. Perfect. Proceeding with the utmost caution, I passed Alma's avatar grow tank, snuck through vents next to these cats on crack, following the sounds of recordings. The welcome committee here even busted one of the doors that I intended to use, so with much hacking I was only able to continue, only to fall straight into their den, but with that, within range of my shotgun. With them turned to dust, I made my way through some hurdles to reach the main office, but by turning on the power, I attracted the RDA, so I had to make this snappy. I got to Alma's desk in a flash, and I learned here that she never intended to harm us or anyone for that matter. She wanted willing students for the TAP program, but the Kamitire were a dead end. She wanted both sides to benefit from these here efforts from the program. The only lead that they had to continue was that the Kamitire had told them about the Sarentu, so they were prepping to make first contact. Their Kamitire friend had given them the exact location, where and when to find us too. She was so excited to have children enrolled in her school. Mercer, however, was leading the party. It's a kind of a his way or the highway type situation by the sounds of things, but that's all that I got out of this place, as it was getting swarmed with soldiers here, so I busted out of the joint straight into a standoff against personnel outside. It took a lot of firepower to break through, but eventually I got out. And rest assured, I wasted no time going straight through poison and rain to the Sarentu Moot, the place that they went to meet our clan so long ago. I arrived at the spot the next morning, and it is a tough sight to see. We definitely were here as kids though, so I dug deep for answers. I uncovered a few extra armor pieces and gifts from the Kamitire clan. It was common for the clans to bring presents whenever the Sarentu came around from their journeys, but amongst them were Anofi's vials, the medicine that she made, completely untouched, so it couldn't have been her that killed the clan on accident with it. The amount of bullets, though, here paint a clear picture on who the real culprit really was. No one could know this, though, until this point, because no one was able to go through the Eywa, so now we have proof of Anofi's innocence. And the piece de resistance, my childhood blanket, which courses memories to come to the surface. Our mother, the whole clan, were dancing in peace. Pure happiness, until the Sky People attacked. That's all that I saw. But it was enough. That was the last time we were all together. We need more answers, as for example, what role did Alma actually play in all of this? And of course, we really need to clear Anafi's name real quick. So at the Hollow, where I received more armor designs, I bumped into Okul, who's glad that the tea worked, but there's commotion going on here. Anafi is in the Circle of Ancestors. Since she met us, she has been scouring her memories to learn how I am possibly alive. Good thing, though, that I brought proof of her innocence. It's troubling information, but it's still a great consolation for her, so we walked on over, but Mokasa butts in, telling everyone to leave, and cuts us off with more accusations of lies. He wishes that it was the Sky People who killed my clan, but he found Anafi's vials clutched in the hands of the Sarentu with lips blackened. However, the ones I found were completely unopened. Okul, now being completely fed up with this rodeo, actually downed the whole thing, and to Anafi's shock, they're fine. They never stopped believing that at heart, they are true healers. It couldn't have been her. So, awkward for the big man. Mokasa lied and condemned her to a life of remorse in doing so, and so she forces him to link to see his memories of what really happened. Reluctantly, and kind of forced, he participates, and that removes any doubt that he was the Kamitire informant who told the RDA where to find the Sarentu. He claimed it was to save his people, but the fact stands, it was at the cost of his Sahik and a whole clan's life.
Mokasa, you are cast out of Eywa and the Circle of Ancestors. If you disobey, we will know. Now leave our clan, cloaked in your shame.
Traitor.
How could you? You have given us a great gift, restored faith in our traditions. And now, they will live on in you, Okul. Today, we are full of sorrow, but we push this aside to heal your warriors.
I will tell you where they are.
Child, we know. I shall join you there.
And thus, the Kamitire joined the resistance. Okul now carries the responsibility to tend to the clan's future and is sure that many ashamed clan members will return over time now that their innocence was shown. I was then able to accept tons of side quests here now that they're open to us, which landed me a mod for a 20% favor boost. A storm rolled over as it came time to speak to the Tahik again. She will relearn what it is to heal others using their old ways, and while she gathers her tools, I should hunt a specific deer for its meat. Its fat is needed for a remedy. No problem, I got that locked down in no time, and by the time that I got to HQ, many Navi had moved in, and the healers were already tending to the wounded. Alma actually was able to wake up now, but things got tense really fast. Anafi recognizes her. She's the one that brought the Sky People to take their children, which obviously gets all of us riled up a little bit. She assures us that Tap was supposed to save lives. All they did was steal, though, is how Nor puts it. On that note,
I tried to stop them.
No! Get off me! Let it bleed.
Do not become what you hate, Nor.
It needs to die!
Let her speak!
Why? She is the reason for every bruise and broken bone. She murdered our families.
Ahari!
I never meant to hurt you.
Then tell us why!
We know why!
This is what you wanted, yes? Revenge against the humans!
Revenge? This is not revenge. You are being consumed. Where does it end? These are our allies. Would you kill them all?
Alma pleaded to show us the truth, her memories, and Anafi said that we should go to the Circle of Ancestors as nothing is hidden there, so we had to hurry. Her avatar didn't have much time left, so once there, Rinella, Alma, and I connected to see what truly happened to the Sarentu. Before us, her shame was laid bare. By lighting bonfires, we see them approaching from the sky. She questions Mercer on why they need so many soldiers to just go and talk to the clan. And, well, he'll do whatever he must for the program to succeed, stating that the Navi are just too dumb to know that enrolling the kids into the program is the best for them. That kind of convinced her that they were doing the right thing, in fact. Brainwashed, just like Talon. More bonfires led to more haunting memories. They struck the Sarentu hard, burning everything to the ground. Alma was in utter panic. She only wished to talk, while Harding led the attack, letting no one escape per Mercer's orders. She lied all this time that she didn't know what happened. She hungered for glory, recognition. They wanted that school at any cost, and knows even death will not absolve her of the crimes that they have committed.
Here, take this.
Don't worry, little one. I'll protect you.
And just like that, Alma's avatar is dead. She gets to live in her human body though, so everybody stop being so f***ing dramatic, okay? There's more trouble on the horizon. Priya detected weird seismic activity in the upper plains and thinks that it's connected to data that we stole from Mercer's big extraction facility. Problem is, that data is busted from when he attacked. However, Anka says that she found the cause though, so we're to meet up with her. But let's just hold our horses, because on day 53, it was time for another shopping spree due to all the new designs that I got, and I want to craft them. I got some rare items, like some cones, but spent way too long looking for freaking blue cloud moss, only getting a smidge at nightfall. It was a pretty dry day, admittedly, but at least I got one Echo Stalker kill for its hide and teeth. More of the same the next day, really. I did thankfully remember, though, to use the memory painting buff, yet high in the sky right after, I accidentally angered a super powerful flying beast, which knocked me off of Talisi, and, well, the rest was history. Bye-bye, buff, and I was not going to let that stand. I went right back there and turned that thing into a sponge for storm glider parts, followed by just getting more stalker teeth. So by 55, I was foraging, finding cloud pine resin, snakewood cones. At this tangled heart place, I also found some crimson bark, which was great. That took me way too long to find, but the list was at least getting shorter. I did get distracted though, flying to the highest peak that I've seen. It was worth it though, admittedly, because there was this skill plant which unlocked Tarsu Network. When using a sapling, another one is shown on the map, so that's great. Sadly though, I just couldn't find all the items that I wanted at Exquisite Tier, so I had to craft with what I had. I got this new chest piece made for some more stealth, and these gloves, waistcloth, and boots added to my weak spot damage, so now I'm at level 20. Weapon-wise, this new short bow has insane stealth damage buffs, and I'm looking stylish if I do say so myself. Points were then dumped into the hunter tree for mainly 25% more weak spot damage, full stealth even while running, so easier stealth damage, and more damage to unaware targets. Admittedly though, I should have used short bows sooner, because they got rapid fire and it is incredibly satisfying. So come day 56, I was ready to go meet Anka at the celebration arches. On the way there, Solek radioed on in and said that he saw the beginnings of a Tsahik in the Ninela. One will be needed for the resurgence of the Sarentu clan. Speaking of her, she also called. She states that she misses Talon deeply, as well as Nor, who is still in solitude ever since the incident with Alma. Once I arrived at Anka's location, she pointed out a giant drill in the distance, which is causing the tremors. Unlike deserts on Earth, which do host life, the RDA here with this thing only bring death, so it's gotta go. That's the precise moment when multiple arches came crumbling down and fell before us, right on top of many Zeswa hunters. Through the dust and rubble, I scrambled to find any survivors, but around me lay only fallen navi and animals, while the tremors continued. Any hunters that did live were filled with sorrow, so my mind was made up. I have to destroy that drill. Rubble and boulders made reaching it difficult though, but I managed. The south drill is actually much larger up close. Priya said though to break some cables to open up a core and destroy that to shut it down, so I hopped straight to it. Not to toot my own horn, but stealth was on point. I was getting to those cables no matter what. Precise shots all around. Last stretch to open the protection, though, was rough. All hell broke loose rather rapidly, so I ate up to buff up and fought like hell, shooting the drill's core to make it shut down. All that's left was to steal some plans from Mercer to stop him for good. And in short, that had me doing a lot of things like booting up some sensors and then download their data slowly at a terminal, which I had to defend through waves of reinforcements. But with that in hand, I brought it straight to Anka, who would fly it on over to HQ. Soaring the skies now, I was taking in what happened when Priya called, saying the explosions kicked off secondary seismic activity, causing crude oil to bubble up everywhere. She's already got a team on one of the sites, and I was quite surprised to hear that she was outside of the base for once. First though, I needed some revenge, so I got stronger and destroyed multiple extraction sites across the plains. This rampage lasted into day 57. Once I slowed down though, I noticed that I was missing only one ancestor skill. However, it's polluted by Laser Alpha Site, the level 20 facility. Yep, ain't no way around it but through it, I told myself, so I upped my health a ton and began the charge, entering under heavy rain, taking out a few defenses to be able to break into the vent system, followed by turning off any systems possible, all sneaky like. All was going smoothly until I reached a loading bay of sorts, where I had to hold my ground and outlast hordes of troops that kept piling in. I proceeded with hacking, blowing up pipes of all shapes and sizes, all while under heavy fire. The commandos were super strong in here though, let me tell you. The real problem though was the molten slag pit area, a searing hot room where battle was inevitable. But through some vents later on, I was finally able to reach the main core. I ain't no engineer, but I know that I gotta make that thing go kablooey. So come day 58, I was ready to tango with this device.
Oh boy! Here we go. Starting a ruckus. I'ma keep it real though. These enemies have been getting much harder in this phase. They hit so fucking hard. So do I though. They just take so many shots. Everybody calm down. There we go. That's the two Dunskies. Now we gotta get rid of its lens, which I'm assuming is just right there up the front. Oh, okay. See, it was always just shooting into a hole, but now it's kind of going haywire. And we got friends coming in. A little bit of sneaky poo time. Hi. It just doesn't get old, bamboozling them. They're pretty smart for what they last knew of my location, I'll give them that. Oh my god. Fuck. It's looking a little bit toasty up here. Crank that. Please don't kill me. Crank that. Need some more. And crank that till you get sold. That's how the saying goes. There we go, mama. Shoot the front tower's exposed shutoff valve. I'm not an engineer, you know. A little bit of guidance would be good. Pretty sure it's whatever, like, just looks red. That seemed to do the trick. Yeah, the laser's lens again. Okay. See, that's how it's supposed to work. I'm gonna bring out the explosive arrows. There you go. Hello, friends. Oh my god, why are there two? Holy crap, why are there so many? Oh my god, I regret every decision that I've made. Oh, ah! Holy shut up! And I am not given a moment to breathe over here. I'll switch to the electric and stun lock. Oh, I was gonna stun lock you, but that works too. And final valve. I'm also out of meds. Shoot the back right tower's exposed shutoff valve. Okay. And without any further ado, please be done. Destroy laser. Okay, that has to be like the final step. Hold still. There we go. Done.
Done at last. What a satisfying clear, and the loot was bountiful, but I wasn't gonna forget about that last ancestor skill hidden in this big old tree trunk. Some agility was needed to traverse its innards, but with this ability, I'm able to get a stamina increase of 50% for my Ikran. Funny though, I just got rid of this base, and another one of its size popped up to the west, called Drill Site Omega. That was definitely not there before. Maybe Priya knows about it, so I checked on her far south in the clouded forest at her oil site. They're able to work here because Anka drew the RDA security away, so we're trespassing with little time. The thing is, she needs access to their reports, so I hacked away to obtain some personal data for her. Took a few tries, but we got it eventually, and what she found was that there are many new drill sites, and she's running a full oil toxicology analysis to map the damage from the quake. So while that's running, I'm better off being useful taking out some of the new dig sites. Thing is, I've never been this far south though, so I was just spending the night exploring the land. This meant that at the crack of dawn, I could strike the clearing site with precision, with a pair of Thanators, thrashing the enemies as well. A welcome yet terrifying support, which helped clear this in no time flat. As for Priya's results, they're after oil even deeper than the one coming up from where they are. Something's fishy. They're up to no good, but only thing that I can do this time was to head on over to check out a fissure that appeared in the Kinglor forest, which was quite well defended, but this place had RDA mapping probes, which held good information for us. We learned all mining projects get their supplies from one operating base, so logically, I went and blew it up. It was an explosive and quick visit, to say the least. Priya was also almost done getting a few samples, but RDA ships locked onto her position, so the last thing that I heard was that she ran for cover in a panic. They're actually pretty close to my position, so once I arrived, I was relieved that they were safe in a cave with only a few pesky patrol units outside. Once the coast was clear, she reported that the land will heal from the oil toxicity, but Mercer's plans will kill everything. So the clan leaders are meeting at HQ to devise a plan. So I popped on over immediately where Rinella was leading the conversation, and all agree that we need to act now. Problem 1, the front gate is impenetrable for Zeswa riders. Problem 2, anti-air would shred all Ikran riders from the Aranahe in seconds. But there is one weakness. There's a sonar defense system, but its connection is unsecure. We could scramble them and have Alex hack through its signals and turn off the drill. So that's that. All up to yours truly once again. But before leaving, I paid respects at the memorial corner that Jin made. I ain't gonna lie, I felt kinda dumb not realizing that amongst all the people that died in the attack, Danny also passed away. That shit hurted, man. So now, more motivated than ever, I flew on over to a place called the Cut to hack those sonars. Alex and Anka are already at an overlook nearby to do their side of the deed, but some last-minute prep, which I thankfully did before imminent aerial combat, was to grab skill points to unlock all rider skills, so the Apex quest got unlocked, meaning I had to perform a flying takedown on a scorpion. That's probably really good practice, I told myself, so we ascended into the heavens and tore one apart, and just like that, got her done. Now all takedowns replenish her stamina and stagger enemies around us. At dusk, our strike commenced. All I had to do was pop the plate off the top and stay in the device's range for Alex to hack it remotely. First one was a cakewalk, second one had a little bit of backup, but with our powerful upgrades and takedowns, it posed no threat at all. As for number 3 on day 60, same thing, decimated the enemy, but Alex got kicked out of the network. Someone manually did this at a nearby fortified facility, whom we have to stop if we want to see this plan through, and with tactics and lead, I got to destroy some locks to the main door.
Ooh, Daddy's home.
Hearing that, I eagerly got inside to snoop around. He was sounding anxious that I was this close and ordered everything to be sealed, and despite Rinella's plea for caution, I pushed on forward to the control room, where out of all possibilities, Talon was there, and Mercer just on a big old screen. This was a setup. He even turns off the holo table while Mercer spewed insults.
He said no one would get hurt. People died, Talon. I thought we were family. He said, I just wanted us to stop fighting. I don't care what you wanted, and neither does Mercer. You'll never be one of them.
And look who it is, Harding at center stage, with our friend pinning me down. Yet Harding pulls him back and says to leave me to the big boys. Confused, I noticed Talon in his tackle had passed me a drive. And what do they mean with big boys? Oh! The pressure was rising because Alex and Anka have been swarmed as well at the Outlook. Gotta give it to the RDA, they're pretty much on top of their shit at any given turn. They just can't beat me in combat. They did live to tell the tale, but all the effort was for nothing. No data was obtained on how to stop the drill, which will destroy Pandora, but maybe the drive from Talon has some answers. It could also be a trap, but it's our only shot at this point in time, so Anka brought it on over to the base for Priya to download. That process was going to take a while, so I hit the hay till dusk, then popped on over to HQ where Rinella and Solek were discussing a plan, while the clan leaders are already thinking of moving their people in preparation for the worst. Yet Talon's data indicated that they dug into underground caves, through which we could enter and reach the inside undetected. I never doubted that boy for a second. But yes, that cave might be our ticket to victory, and Solek assured me that if I made it in, the clans would back me up. And well, everybody could tell that things were about to get heated, so this damage mod was a very welcome addition to my arsenal. As we set out at dusk, we got word Anufi has sent some scouts ahead, and the other clans are ready. I just need to take down the perimeter turrets for the horse riders and anti-air for the Ikran riders, so into the cave I went, with tremors ever present, so cautiously I traversed these gorgeous caves, which were crumbling with every step, until I made it into the drill tips section, and after some arrows got lodged into the guards' necks, I snuck around to flip any switch in an attempt to turn off the defenses, crossing electrical wires till I reached a storage room. I had noticed a lack of RDA troops in this facility though, which is exactly when I got ambushed by many, and they were relentless.
Set up! Damn it, Talon!
Yet all of a sudden, all amps short-circuited. Someone helped me, and that someone was Talon. Okay, yeah, I actually doubted our boy here a little bit. Either way, he's glad that we trusted him and came, and explains they plan to send a charge down into the bottom of this site and blow everything up, turning all we know into an oil field. I wanted to get him out, but he's best behind the scenes. He'll help me navigate this hellhole, and hello, this shotgun will do me wonders here, surely. So with Talon's guidance, I advanced till we reached the Kamitita scouting group. These familiar faces will provide cover fire for me to reach the control rooms. Kind of felt like sending them to the slaughter through this gate, but they are capable warriors, and even with them here, the amount of lead hurtling my way was ridiculous. It took a lot of grit and elbow grease to push them back enough so I could reach an entryway safe from the line of fire, where Talon locked the door behind me, so now in relative peace, I could infiltrate their amp storage room, and there I took out as many suits as I could to reduce their firepower for when the Zeswa would arrive. Up next was the control room, and with all their PCs nuked, the turrets went down, but the pesky sky people raised the drawbridge. I got that remedied super fast, and with the Kamitire leading the attack on amp suits, the Zeswa could ride on in and trample our enemies to dust. Stage 1 success, yet the enemy noticed my location and shoved a missile straight into the control room. All went dark, but I lived, and we are not done yet. Talon led me to the anti-air signal antenna across the bridge. Lowering this switch, though, didn't do the trick. I had to fend off enemies while waiting for Hackerman to access it remotely. And he came through. He managed to open 2 hatches to expose the fuse boxes, and with them skillfully disassembled, the anti-air guns could be disabled. Presto! Stage 2 is complete, and with that, Ikran riders raided the base from the heavens above, causing the place to be engulfed in chaos. Note, though, that there are people that outrank Harding and Mercer, that being Ardmore, who ordered a full-on retreat from this base. That meant that Harding and her whole security team took off, which didn't have Mercer all too pleased. He actually had been watching the whole fight right next to me, but he's got nothing left to lose now, and will be sending a payload down and blow everything up if I don't reach it before him. He even played dirty and whispered insults into my radio, which fueled my determination as I ascended as quickly as possible past all guards to stop him. I had to climb straight through the night to reach a gantry, hot in pursuit of this massive payload. We are so close to ending this, like really in the next room. Mercer was right there, behind protective glass. He went on and on about how we're just a result of his plans, and This is going to be our tomb, and the race was still on, because he's now bringing the payload underground to the firing chamber. So I descended dangerous ramps while Mercer gave a speech to his remaining soldiers that they're on the right side of history to stand and fight. They'll be creating the richest oil pool on Pandora, so they should keep their fat paychecks in mind, followed by more insults to me about that the clans let me here in alone to die, and that I couldn't even keep Ahadi, my sister, alive. This guy needs a lead prescription, like, damn! But here we are, the firing chamber. The charge is being fueled as we speak. The guards fought tooth and nail to protect it, but it was futile. The place got lit up in a glorious blaze, and the fueling ports destroyed, so it can't reach its peak destructiveness. Yet Mercer can still operate it manually in its state. It can't reach the depth that he wanted, but he can just blow it up here. He's lost it. And that's not all. He made sure that a friend of his kept me company until that were to happen.
Hello? Mercer, get back here, you son of a... Oh, that's a big beefy boy. Oh, that's a mech of all types fused together. He's got missiles, he's got fire. Holy sh! That is one strong amp suit. Oh my god. Woo! Woo! And in doubt, fling a boat. Trinella! I'm kinda busy. Boom. Oh, it's getting toasty in here. I'm gonna die.
Time was running out. This place was gonna blow. The only place Mercer could be going to complete his plans would be the charge control room. Talon got the great idea, though, for me to raise the charge higher up. It would blow up the base and not underground, so I booked it while notifying Rinella of the imminent explosion to move all the clans back fast. But I ain't leaving without my boy Talon. The trek to the controls was lengthy and full of flaming vents, but with one final hacking session, the payload was moving on up as intended, and our boy said that we should go too. Mercer is just gonna try and lower it again before it explodes, so he'll have to stay behind to stall him. Sacrificing himself, but hell to the no, partner. That's not how it's gonna go down. Mercer flipped the script though on me, the manipulative bastard, now praising me. Perseverance, laser focus, all traits that he oh so graciously taught me. Almost a shame that we'll die, he said, because we're proof of Tap's work. Having reached the final chamber, I was ready to kill him once and for all, yet a robot arm pinned me, placing me in front of him and our friend. Yet he thinks he's on his side. He hasn't noticed how Talon was helping me through this fight, so he tells him to lower the charge, but he flips the hand on Mercer. I was actually quite surprised that that impact didn't kill him, but he's locked in place, so I took back my song cord and left him to be turned to ashes along with his precious oil rig. And not a minute too soon, a scorpion was picking us up as the place began to detonate, which knocked me from hopping aboard. They had to leave. It was way too dangerous to stay any longer, but good thing Talisi is one trusty Ikran, so we all made it out safely and met up on a nearby cliff, having the perfect view for the grand finale.
It's happening!
The land can recover from this. Mercer is no more, and Talon is back with us. RDA does remain on Pandora, but significantly hindered. That's that. We can now follow our own path to reclaim what it means to be Sarentu, as much as it pains that Alma is now just considered an ally, not family anymore. It's come down to the three of us on deciding how we want to continue our journey. Nor still hasn't come out of hiding, but I'm sure we'll meet again someday. That completed the main campaign and unlocked New Game Plus for those interested, and I could now add extra skill points into an assortment of buffs for health, damage, or energy. But there is still much left to discover. Nassim wished to speak to me personally. With the threat now gone, the Zakru are on the move again. Their migration has begun once more, and the Zeswa will follow them into the heart of the plains, their ancestral homeland. To them, it is assigned to host the Great Games, a long-lasting tradition where all tribes gather to compete in friendly sport, and therefore formally extends the invitation to us Sarentu. Honestly, we could use some downtime, some fun, and I can't say no to their leader, so I accepted. It was a long flight to reach this new region, so first by daybreak of day 63 did we arrive there, trailing the herd. So much joy. It was a stark difference to everything that we've been through up to this point. I made a quick pit stop on the road to talk to Keen, and he sure hopes that we'll participate in the games as well. It's been too long since the last celebration of this scale, but I should continue the journey on horseback, he said, to take it all in. So I pet Talisi goodbye, but soon we'll ride the winds of this territory together. With a six-legged friend now, we galloped far and wide, high and low, and took in its gorgeous sunrise before arriving at the festive and colorful main camp. And it's like every person that I met wanted me to participate in the game, so fine, I'll do it. And by the sounds of things, this Tsahik recognizes Rinella as our Tsahik. I guess it's official. Talon was doing his best integrating into Navi life, hanging out with Okul, making dyes, and it's cool to see our friend here finally getting to meet the Zakru like he wanted. Rinella and Sosul were jointly deciding how a mural should be painted to represent these games, and they have one artist of each clan for this except for the Aranahe, so I'm to find Nefika and ask her. Solek was also here with new weapons in stock, so don't mind if I do, and our human allies accepted their invitation as well. I'm really glad that they showed up. Nefika and Anufi were higher up, just chillin'. They weren't gonna compete like they used to, but gladly headed on over to the mural to help out. That unlocked some pretty powerful gear designs, and I'm happy to say that Talisi is here too, eager to explore some more, but first, the mural. All added their flair to it. Kinda weird that Talon wasn't there though, he kinda made all the dyes. He was last seen near the dairy crafter. Kin actually got him closer to the Zakru despite his nervousness and had him try their cheeses. The best though is aged in a cave, but this here Zakru is blocking the entrance, and of course I'm the one to pamper him and go get it. This big fella is called Nopsy, who was polite enough to scoot on over, so I grabbed the cheese inside and brought it to the bonfire to share it while we'd exchange stories through the night. Come the next morning, I wandered over to the main tent where Anufi welcomed me and painted me for the occasion, when Alma noticed that Mokasa, who was exiled, wandered into camp. He's been struggling in his solitude, but no one accepts him. Not even with the game's unity do they hear him out. They quarreled for a good while, till he set his gaze on Alma, calling her a demon, laying more guilt on her, which needed some stern intervention.
This human tore you from your mother's arms and you defend her?
Solitude has taught you nothing, Mokasa. Our quarrel is not one the games can reconcile.
Satne and Anufi went back and forth on if Mokasa should stay or not, yet it's not their decision to make right now. She'll tackle the situation in time and suggested that I prepare for the first games. I took her up on that offer, so I went to explore, found many new resources, and relaxed. Everything had been so tense. The wildlife here is much stronger, and Alex has some camps that he needs help setting up. It feels like the plains, but more vibrant and dangerous. I leisurely got rid of the fog on the map for most parts of the day just to get my bearings, and skill points were abundant here. I also noticed old RDA factories, but they don't seem to be too active here anymore. More importantly, I found resources at legendary tier. I honestly didn't know that it went that high. With legendary basts in my pocket, I decided to go hunt, and it went terribly. I need a lot more damage and better stealth, so I had an idea which put me on a skill point collection spree. This led to the map being largely discovered, and with enough points at dusk, I was able to max out the hunter tree. The boon you get from the Apex quest lets you walk up to animals no problem, as long as your weapon isn't drawn. Easy to hit weak spots that way. Problem was, the Apex quest is done in the main maps, and you can't travel there till you complete the story of this DLC. Honestly, that's pretty stupid. So my next best bet was to add mods for more wildlife damage before re-engaging my Bladehead hunt. I chased this prime specimen into the sunset, and it was in no way a clean kill, but a kill nonetheless, and its resources were put to use immediately, making this insane short bow with great stealth, RDA, and wildlife damage. So, I felt ready on day 66 to participate in the first game. I met up with Nassim and Solek. Turns out this is going to be a race, and they love to bicker amongst each other on who's the better horse rider, because this involves speed and hitting targets with arrows. It's held during the daytime hours, so first then, I galloped with severe lack of grace, so it was a long run of shame, yet it did unlock a new bow. But once I was done competing here, the sun was already setting, and Talon ended up far out at a different camp, so I went to fetch him. He actually made it all the way out here on Dire Horse, so I was pretty proud of him, and he pointed out that we're low on tech replacement parts, and that he picked up a signal coming from that old facility, so makes sense to go look inside there for some parts. I mean, I'm always babysitting him, what's another favor, am I right? The cablings were pretty busted, so rerouting was in order to get on in, but I wasn't alone down here. Feral Viper Wolves use this place as a den. Better than Thanators, though. Although this place was incredibly eerie, it just kind of felt off, and for an abandoned rig there's a lot of working machines like this here propeller, which took forever to disable. I got a little bit forceful the next day as my patience was fading, which did let me proceed through the creepy compound straight to a very sick shotgun and headband, so worth it. Thank you for leading me here, Hacker Man, and I kept up my end of the never-mentioned deal as I found some functional computers. An RDA analyst was heard coming from it, and they're tracking multiple targets of interest at the Zakru migration. Specifically, they're after Anufi and Alma, so this place is being used as we speak. And speak of the devil, here they come with one beefy new amp suit variant, and he put up a better fight than most, but my new firepower surpassed his defenses. As I rushed out, I did loot my first piece of legendary armor, which put me to level 21, a handy upgrade to fight the enemies waiting for me outside, and just in time I managed to stop them from uploading all the data that they gathered on us, and Rinella is already talking with the clan leaders on what to do next. And of course, Mokasa used this opportunity to slander our human allies more amidst the situation, which got dismissed instantly, yet Alma did try to stand up for him, as she was given a second chance after all her wrongdoings, but that's not the point. We need to act fast and cancel the games, even with Minang and Nassim being out on patrol for further RDA activity. Yet there was commotion brewing outside. The sisters have returned and prepared the Zeswa for retaliation, yet no one expected a massive ship to hurtle straight for us. At the last second, I shielded Anufi from the blast and went lights out. By the time I woke up, it was already the next day, and the first person whom I saw was Mokasa, eyes heavy with worry. At least Anufi is okay, along with all Sarentu, and Alma even dug him out of the rubble, which seemed to have a profound impact on him. At the center lay the wreck of the fallen ship known as a Valkyrie, and of course Talon was already investigating it. Our friends are all okay, but many Zakru were killed in the explosion. It's just weird that there's no signs of the ship having had malfunctioned. On top of that, my sit tool wasn't working, so he had to do it manually, and thus we overheard that the RDA dropped this ship here intentionally, loaded to the brim with fuel for a larger impact. It was all at the order of none other than Harding. She is back, the spiteful demon. We gotta take her down once and for all. Rinella and Minang were preparing a funeral for the fallen Zakru, while I got her up to speed and helped them get some items across the camp for the funerary rites. With them handed off, they can honor the fallen, but some Zakru that survived ran off into the plains in a panic, and as I set out to round them up, Solek called. There were new RDA camps that have popped up, and he and Nassim acted swiftly, taking one out already, so we'll meet him over there. As for Sid, it'll work to reroute stuff, but there are signal balloons that interfere with its hacking capabilities. Nafika was trying to calm Nopsy down, who had run far away, but I got the situation dialed down a bit. She'll return home on her own. And so I moved on over to Solek. They did a number on this place, and the Zeswa, out for blood, were already on to the next.
A gathering like the games made for the perfect ambush. We made it easy for her.
No one could have seen this coming, Solek.
I should have. I dropped my guard. A mistake I would not make twice.
Best I could do was disable any remaining comms devices here, and learned that there are two bases nearby. One small, one big. I will handle both of them while he'd go regroup with the Zeswa attack party. By now, Talon updated me that the big base is a command center and the small one a refueling station. So the small one came first as to weaken the main base. So I was killing, ripping cables and pulling levers while breaking ammo containers to prevent them from bolstering their main base. As for loot, I got a better heavy bow and legendary shotgun mag, which made me notice lots of my gear is technically too weak for this region, noticed by the red exclamation mark, so I needed new armor and this legendary shortbow made. On day 69, I claimed tons of legendary designs and mods and went on a mini shopping spree with pep in my step. I got roots atop a dire horse, bladehorn horns, which landed me a great games heavy bow for its wildlife damage. With this, other animal parts should come easier. And with a bit more grinding, the legendary shortbow was made as well. It deals more damage to enemies with an affliction. It and this new longbow that I made can shoot poison arrows, so that's a good combo, which bumped me to level 22. And dare I say, this is the prettiest bow that we've made. Once I was done handing in many contributions to build up my favor, I was able to make an armor set to hold me over. Not legendary, but these Great Games gloves and chest piece have good defenses. The waistcloth is the same design, just made anew. I like the weak spot damage, and it was enough to put me to level 23, so we beefed on up, and these mods for more RDA damage were gonna be put to use, let me tell you, because I was gonna unleash this new power on the command center on day 70. Here I needed to first look for an access code to download Harding's plans, so I did that relatively unnoticed. The alarms weren't triggered once. Kinda proud about that one. So I yoinked the codes no problem and made my way on over to the main terminal and started downloading. It was taking its sweet time, so I overheard a Lieutenant Porter over base radios tell maintenance to run a systems check. They were noticing that there was a data leak, and just my luck, the download stopped. Their servers are pretty bad, so I had to go all the way to one of them, get her booted up, and continue the download, but again, it stopped midway. They seem to be running on low budgets these days. Hardmore has only been sending the bare minimum, so I had to sneak all the way to the second server, get her booted up so the data could flow. Bad news was, though, that Talon heard that a bounty was set on my Ikran. Lieutenants were to kill Talisi on sight, and Porter is here, so best not call her for backup. Remaining on foot, amps got taken out left and right, and the data was fully sent back to Talon, which had Porter appearing, ready to face me, but boy, that was the last mistake he ever made. Soleks will be pretty happy that this dude is dead. He was on his hit list. For a top command center, this was actually pretty easy peasy. There's troubling news, however, from the data that we got. They have ambushed and trapped Anufi and Alma and are holding them for interrogation at an oil refinery. Soleks on the move, and so am I, with better pants, short bow grip, and insane legendary shotgun upgrade with over 400 damage. That's a juicy and respectable level 24. I was on a roll. 30 is max, by the way. But dear lord, the refinery is huge. This is going to be difficult. So we have to wait till dark to strike. There's 2 points of entry, Soleks said. Each will take 1, but we need to be quiet about it. Any alarms are reason enough for them to kill our friends inside.
I would take the unguarded gate at the rear. You are better suited to climbing along the oil pipe.
Why's that?
You have younger legs than me. Good hunting.
One slip-up meant game over, so I had to be on point. I snuck on in over oil pipes into a massive opening per his instructions and started to sabotage the place. Problem was, though, that Soleks didn't have a SID device to hack his way on through, so I had to find an access key to meet up with him. And lucky for us, this here officer, whom I took out behind the scenes, had just that. And once I crept through the floors, I activated an elevator door so I could zip up to meet him. From here, we moved like shadows, listening in on troops who were running their mouth, and pieced together that our friends were held in the commissary and learned where to find that place. We just had to follow this here defender amp who was heading over there. And apparently, Harding has an even tougher suit herself. Great. Soleks and I were a solid duo, though, backing each other up and trailed the suit when the other got stuck. I fell behind a bit, but once I caught up, I could hear Harding on the other side of this here glass. Both Anufi and Alma weren't giving up any information, so they were gonna go get a neurosec device from a large base called Bridgehead for this situation. That doesn't sound good, but we gotta focus. We need Anufi and Alma safe. But they're not in the commissary. They put up a valiant fight, but were transported somewhere else. We just missed them by the looks of things. Soleks heard that there's tons of fuel here, though, which they plan to use for an unknown purpose, so since I can hack everything, I should figure out what their next steps were while he followed Harding, which meant more sneaking for me. And well, these legendary arm guards that I got the next morning would pack a punch to the enemy at the cost of some defense, and that's not even mentioning these juicy mods. But I have to stay on track. The control room wasn't gonna boot up itself, you know. Turns out this is a fueling post for a whole army, and there's data on this neurosec device that they're getting. Talon will know more about it. As for us right now, Soleks is in hot pursuit of our nemesis without her knowing, while I stayed behind and made good use of their fuel reserves. They weren't gonna be using this not on my watch. So they evac'd, and I was called back to camp. It is urgent. So we got there in a jiffy, and all the elders were present. The cause of concern is from the info we just got. That neurosect scanner can read human minds, meaning very soon they will know everything that Alma knows. Our allies, strategies, homes, everything. If Harding were to use the device as intended, it would only take a few hours to get all that info. Less if she's forceful, which is more than likely to happen and has severe consequences for Alma. Aranahe is being held at the same place, so Mokasa insisted that he go save her, but he gets shooed off. He is not welcome in this meeting in the first place, but that settles it. I'd go ahead and infiltrate while they rally their warriors for a full-on assault. So I went ahead, arrived there, and infiltrated swiftly, and high above, entered what seemed to be a deck, which got its main PC dismantled, and with that our allies were in full swing of a grand siege, letting me do my part smoothly, like obliterating their motor pool and using a hanging scorpion to blow my way into the ventilation system to reach our destination faster. Now let me tell you, there was a hell of a ruckus going on outside based on what I heard, which was perfect, because Harding didn't seem to notice me sneak into the room. Alma was in tons of pain as her thoughts were being extracted, so I hurried to disable the power to the neurosect, and it did shut off, and only thanks to Soleks was she safe. Harding made an escape though, and she's got info from Alma's brain. If she escapes, we are done for. And as for Aranahe, she's being tortured as we speak, being drowned in high amounts of oxygen, fatal to Navi. So Soleks will bust Alma out, and I wasn't gonna leave without our Kamitire friend. So with lots of agility, lead slinging, and hacking, I got her out of her cell just in time. Yet she didn't crack. She didn't say a peep. Yet we got visitors, which were impaled on the spot by none other than Mokasa. He actually came but received severe wounds. The bleeding was so intense that he didn't even have enough strength to keep standing.
Sky People's metal inside. I never wanted this for you, not this.
There might be others coming. Stay here. I'll find a way out.
At least Rinella reported that the RDA was fleeing the battlefield, so we were winning. The problem? Harding's in her amp suit and on her way out. The hall was absolutely lined with bullets. Getting out was one hell of a standoff that I just barely got through with no meds remaining. And of course, the door was locked. We were losing time, and Alma called mentioning Harding has a hard drive with all of her thoughts with her, even how she contacts Jake Sully. If she gets away, it would be the end for all clans. And by the looks of things, that Valkyrie's her ride. Good thing Talon researched the one that crashed at camp though, so we knew exactly how to take it down. I had to hack the thrusters so they would tilt upwards, and then pop them, which caused our adversary to finally show herself.
You know, I told Mercer that teaching you tap brats how to hold a gun would bite us in the ass. It sucks to be right all the time.
Hey, lady! It's been a while. Holy crap, they were not kidding about your suit. Holy, I do not have enough meds for this. Can we talk about this? Oh, move out of the way! There, just what the doctor ordered. Oh. Woo! Oh, she is fast. There we go. Woo! She's dead. She's finally f***ing dead.
With her down, there were only two things left to do. Steal her stuff and break the brain scan so it can do no harm. But before we can celebrate this victory, some important matters needed to be tended to at the center of the Heart of Plains, at what's known as the Tree of Echoes. Mokasa was in his final moments, so we brought him inside to be with Aranahe. His final actions were with good intent.
Aranahe, I see you. Truth is all you ever asked of me. But I shrouded you in lies. I lost myself. I am still lost to our people. That loss I caused you. I let pain cloak my heart in darkness. But you found a way to step into the light. Shame cuts deeply. hollows you out. I know you feel this. But your song continues. Mine ends here. I will not see my clan renewed. My shame alone follows me to Eywa.
I see you, Mukasa. Your song now joins the many. It will not be forgotten. We are with you. With us, the Great Mother will know your best self. Your sorrow is ended. You are unburdened. Ngari huewa sale, surok mufeya samyam.
Solek led me outside. She must mourn this loss, while we, the new Sarentu, move forward. And there you have it! On day 72, the DLC was completed, which unlocked a new waist guard, very needed, and the vendors had more mods and designs for me to claim, and I could travel to the main map again, where I applied any and all pending upgrades that I had, and finally got a clean kill on an Echo Stalker to complete the Hunter Apex quest. It's been a long time coming. So now, without a weapon drawn, animals won't run from me. And on that note, I spent the entirety of the rest of the day getting skill points, which got applied the next day to max the survivor tree for more health, more HP packs, damage to enemies with statuses, and more, all to unlock its Apex quest, which was just to get a clean kill on a feral viper wolf. That was incredibly easy, and that unlocked me a second wind in combat, which will be very useful for the later content, I'm sure. And what better way to celebrate all skill trees being done than by hunting my first Thanator. It was hard to find, but with our setup, it just took 3 shots to slay. We have come incredibly far, and that was the beginning of an extensive shopping spree for legendary armor, which had me popping a memory painting, followed by scouring the Heart of Plains all day for goodies. This continued into day 74. It was going well, but some items were harder to find than others. Some plans only opened up with a dire horse near them, some plans grew super high up and needed to be shot down, but the hide was the hardest to come across. I did have that heavy bow that I made for this occasion, however, so this legendary Colossus got sent to the Shadow Realm with great efficiency, so heavy hide was obtained. Plants are easier to get though, they don't really run or fight back, so I'm always glad when I have to get those. By day 75, I was in the zone, and the cyan resources were just pouring all in. I was on a roll actually. The hardest to find towards the end was the shell and light hide, but I managed. The panther kill was very satisfying because that was the last item needed to make my whole new set. So many juicy gear pieces, and they have tons of extra HP on top of their regular bonuses. Plus, this new bow was a very welcome addition to my arsenal. I just didn't like the looks of these items, so I applied some skins to help me feel more comfortable. And the cherry on top for this grind was on day 76, as I bought insane human weapons and mods from Soleks, a massive DPS increase, and with more fitting colors applied, I was now ready to meet Anufi back at the Hollows. She was teaching medicine again, but brought up the Kamitire that left the tribe in shame long ago, of whom the Eywa never returned. They won't flourish without their medical knowledge. They left largely because they didn't like Mokasa's leadership and made a place called the Spires their new home. Their leader is called Tsutlo and was her friend, but they likely never returned because, well, they don't know what happened here. If I go talk to them, they may return. Say less, I got you. So to the Spires, Talisi and I went, arriving at dusk. And man, it was a joyride to be here. Tons of lush vegetation and verticality to this region makes for an exhilarating flight, so we were happy to be here. Talisi needed some rest though after such a long flight, so I decided to follow along some totems on foot, which had me traveling through this beautiful landscape, taking in the beautiful sights. And some places could only be traversed with reactive vines, and these trampoline leaves are a fun way to get around as well. Eventually I got to a camp, definitely from the Eywa, but no one was there. It seemed like they swapped from healing to killing and must be close, and the feeling of being watched wasn't really comforting, especially not when being pounced by burrowing echo stalkers, which were quite nimble, so eradicating them was quite frustrating. And so, before I knew it, the sun had already set, but I kept on going, mesmerized by the verticality of this place. But even here, the RDA was present as seen by this crash site, so logically, I scanned the black box and concluded navi struck them down. We're on their trail, and Talisi joined me once more, so together we flew through this grand waterfall straight into a cave where the wind was fast and rocks quite loose. It got a little bit dicey, but the real problem was bat-like creatures in here which had her spooked. And dear lord, there were a lot of them in the main cavern, so we booked it to safety, bringing us to the clouded spires, and this huge mountain ahead of us stood out. Honestly, approaching it felt like walking up to a citadel, but no hostiles here. This place is known as the Sheltering Falls. So on day 77, we parked at the entrance so I could walk inside this colossal cave, where warmth welcomed me, and Tsulo was seen helping clan members prep some remedies, and he was completely unfazed by my presence. He knew that I was coming, but was curious how a Sarentu is amongst the living, so I got him up to speed of everything that we know, and was confused that Anufi wished for them to return. They left so long ago, in sorrow and mourning, and to many here, this is their home. To return seems kind of pointless, but we got interrupted by a young warrior named Emedai.
Look, scouts say the metal birds prepare to fly.
See how the sky people threaten this place too? Their greed pushes them across Pandora.
I learned their weapons long ago. I know their weaknesses. Let me join your fight.
All this to reunite our people. Very well. But understand, no matter Anufi's wish, I cannot abandon our home to ruin. Not again.
To learn about our new friends, I checked out their home. Hamarun is the resident armor crafter, Nentuk here specializes in weapons, Zat the cook taught me how to make ikran treats, and last but not least, the young warrior with something to prove, Emedai, and his older sister Imon, their combat leader. Both are in agreement that although I may have lots of experience, I need to learn how to fight in this region specifically first. Tsulo himself would teach me, but they sounded like they had doubts on my potential, and I took that quite personally, so Talisi and I flew out straight away to explore this land for ourselves, and it is incredibly pretty. There's massive lakes here too, huge arches throughout, and of course, many RDA scorpions in the sky, which got body slammed, even though, damn, they are strong over here. Like, what the hell? They even got lock-on missiles, too. With them mopped up, I was low on bullets, so I scavenged for some till I reached an extraction site. And these dudes do not play around, holy moly. They really hurt. You know, maybe Emedai and Imon were right, but at least I got my ammo, and I could flex that I shot a rocket with an arrow. That should show them what I'm capable of. So with the sun now lowering, I could see industrial twinkling lights popping up across the mountainside. That can't be good, so I went to talk to Tsulo for my trading, and here, mounted combat reigns supreme, so we must craft and master their famous mounted crossbow, the resources of which are tough to get, and he wasn't kidding. I had to launch myself off of Talisi for some of these, followed by parkour in the sky to grab some plants. We've come a long way from getting Talisi, that's for sure, and with some reeds and weeds plucked, I got to the crafting table, unlocked making complete armor sets for my Ikran, but first, got that crossbow made. Tsulo was pleased with it, but putting it to use was up next, so I whipped out this massive thing and began to shoot down targets amongst the floating rocks, which lasted into day 78 to get done. And we will need these skills. Tsulo remembers watching the sunrise over those mountains, but the lands are dying. Just as the land bears scars of abuse, so do we, yet we still stand strong. I am now ready, but Talisi is not. She needs armor, and one of their artisans named Tseke can help us with that. It was at this point where I also unlocked the Sky Hunter skill tree, and to kick it off, I added more damage to the crossbow, which tipped us over to level 26. I found Tseke on some floating rocks, and she praised Talisi for the long flight here, but couldn't help me at this time, as she had misplaced her tools. More so dropped them when fleeing from RDA. They took her stuff along with some Ikran armor to a tower, likely as trophies, but Iman would not risk people getting those items as they are replaceable. Pretty smart, but I'm gonna get those things back from this here comms relay. We put up a better fight against the Scorpions here, so that was nice, and the rest was easy peasy. Just took some tech know-how to get to the trophy room to get the stuff, along with an access code which I used on the terminal to learn of a big convoy going through the arches. Those assault ships are called dragons, but of course I got interrupted with more metal birds in the sky. So while I dealt with those, Talon learned how to disable this place, and with that done, I skedaddled and arrived at Shadow's Refuge, where I equipped a new AR and met with Cheka to return her items, but she insisted that I keep them. I only found 2 pieces of 3, so she even gifted me the resources to craft the missing part, which means Talisi is now decked out with armor. Look at my tanky child, she's so pretty, and that also increased me to level 27. Now both of us were ready to join the Eywa in their fight. Just in time too, because Imon's preparing an ambush in the Great Canyon. And good thing Talon updated me on the dragon ships first though. They're upgraded to resist Navi attacks, but not to hacks. So he suggests that I get atop of one and shut it down with Sid. Oh yeah, easy stuff, I'm sure. I met up with Imon, who was nearby. I'd be taking her lead, which had her relieved. Too many just throw themselves into battle. The convoys pass through this place at night, so we're gonna use puffball traps. I like it, so I helped by readying many of these and waited for the time to strike, and right on cue, there they were, and got caught completely off guard by the puffballs. It sent the support craft straight into the ground, but the dragon remained unfazed, so any stragglers got picked off before executing Talon's strategy. Thankfully, I landed my jump onto the back of it, got Talon in, and defended myself while he did his hacker magic, which worked. I just kept getting swarmed, so it took quite some effort from Talisi and I to shake off these ticks, till finally I could flip the ship's thrusters and get some clean shots into them, which was the literal downfall of this dragon. This night belonged to the Eywa. I arrived at camp to praise from our new friends, and Imon was overjoyed. Some of them could even learn from me, she said, so how the turntables, am I right? And hey, Talon, Rinala, and Solek would soon be joining the fight here too. I then brought word to Tsulo of our joint victory, and he hasn't forgotten our agreement to return to the Hollows once this place was safe, but there's still much left to do. For example, 2 young, eager fighters, Emerai and Havrain, I'm gonna call him Ha, are to strike a bridge. I was to go there, figure out the RDA's next move, and keep those 2 knuckleheads out of trouble. And for this job, I bought a new arm mod for healing, plus a short bow string for stacking damage. By the time I reached the bridge the next morning though, the boys seemed to have put in all of the work already. Not a bad job if I'm being honest, and they know, because they were flexing their combat prowess. Hal's brother followed the humans to see exactly where this bridge leads to, and I noted that the cargo here is explosives and suspected reinforcements because this radio call clued me in that they needed confirmation from those stationed here to bring backup or not. And well, a few hacks here and there got me to send that confirmation. Everything here is A-OK. A good thing these troops never shut their mouths, as I overheard they're gonna blow up an entire mountain today. Now those explosives made sense. We got the broskies up to speed and we know exactly where they're gonna detonate their bombs. Problem though is that Hal's brother is there right now, so he pushes that he go warn them, but I'm the one with the tech know-how. I'm the best shot at disabling the explosives. Only thanks to Emerai did he accept that I'd be the one to go. So after a not-so-loose threat to bring his brother home, I was on my way. The place was heavily fortified, and I dared not raise any alarms as I was still underleveled, mind you, so I snuck on through masterfully, turned off the signal balloon to prevent any possible reinforcements, just in case, and the last stretch, whoo, boy, it was tense. I just barely got a leap and sneak past a powerful amp suit to reach a locked door, which I only got open a second before I'd be noticed. I was clenched, but I had to stay focused. Now inside, I had to keep an eye out for those allies and 50 billion tons of explosives which were far down. So like a slithery little snake, I advanced past a room infested with troops till I found our Eywa friends, whom I warned of the detonation, and they thankfully cooperated since I could disable the bombs, and they'd clear out any enemies on the way out. They did a number already in these halls, so I could work the electricals here in peace in order to descend to sub-level 3. It was a bumpy ride down, but I did reach the detonation zone with 3 detonators on standby, so effortlessly and swiftly, I moved like a shadow with peak efficiency, deleting the first 2. The last one, however, required a little bit more brute force and elbow grease to reach, but of course, even with this last one disabled, a backup sequence initiated, which thankfully did get turned off in the nick of time, but that alerted amps to my location, and my whole escape was riddled with forces trying to halt me and tons of poisonous gas filling my lungs. But this water section that I passed through served as a seal, allowing me to breathe normally on the other side. All troops have been ordered to exit to prevent my escape, and a high-ranking officer Bruno was on his way. That definitely can't be good. The last stretch was done on day 80, blasting and hacking till I got out. Talisi and I were greeted by a beautiful sunrise, and also Bruno's huge attack fleet, which opened fire on us with every missile and bullet on board, causing us to fall from a great height, crashing me into the forest floor below. But just as I was passing out, a mysterious navi approached. Once I woke up from my concussion, I learned her name was Rasi, and she tended to our wounds, and since we can get up now, we should leave. But I pried who she was, and, well, she accidentally wiped paint off her face, revealing that she is Sarentu. I beg your finest pardon. She wasn't keen to meet the others, but recognized my song chord, though.
You are Kataru's child. Your sister, little Ahari, she...
This is all I have left of them. I don't even remember all the people they took from us.
I remember them all. I have carried their memories alone.
You don't have to be alone anymore. We can be a family now.
No.
Don't you see? For us, meeting you is a gift.
No! I have no family. I left them in that place.
Bad place. I went there. Where they killed our people. I saw memories of my mother. I heard the screams. Nobody could have stopped them. You said we are kin. Why would you turn us away?
Let me show you how I came to be here. Then you can decide whether meeting me is a gift or not.
So we linked up to see the past, and in short, she fled on her Ikran when the RDA attacked the Sarentu, ignoring the screams, controlled by fear and consumed by sadness, which had her fly so far that she reached this region. She did not think she deserved to live, only that she had to live with her guilt in solitude. She guided me out of the cave right after, and no matter what I said for her to join us, to teach us how to be Sarentu, she had none of it. She doesn't even trust the Kamitida as she overheard word of them during the attack, but even reassuring her that they are fighting back the RDA here as we speak, she insisted that I leave. At least Talisi was feeling better, enough to fly again, and we learned Ikran Smash to break structures. The first thing that I did was confirm to Rinella that I was alive after all that, and updated her on Rasi. We'll see how things play out with her in time. My priority was to go meet our friends at the Sheltering Falls as they had arrived. Taylod was incredibly eager to find Rasi, to talk to her, but we need her to understand first that we survived too. We're not children anymore, and they got a plan. Turns out, convoys here transport mountain materials to a big 3D printer called the Grinder to craft anything that the RDA needs pretty much. So if we shut that down, they wouldn't be able to advance in the spires anymore. But to get to it, we'll need data from a few comms towers.
Then let us go.
And hey look, Soleks
no
are
time
too.
to waste.
Good to see you, Soleks. Glad you made it.
When have I ever said no to a fight? Good to see you are still standing.
With the whole team now present, we'd all take a location with the aid of Tsulo's people and radio in what we find. Things were getting spicy, so I upgraded my shortbow mod and unlocked stamina regeneration for Talisi when diving. And on that note, I spoke to Menma. He teaches how to fly best with an Ikran, and in short, there are 2 trials of trust one must complete to strengthen one's bond. The first one had me free falling from the highest peak here, which was a thrill but quite easy to do, so I looted a better longbow and made my way on to trial number 2, where we just had to follow some blade wings. quite easy, but they did lead me into a cave, and upon further inspection, the enemies were setting up shop in here, so I fried all of their devices, as per usual, looted a better waistcloth for tanking, which was kinda clutch, because amps were waiting for me outside, but with them taken down, I unlocked Ikran's Fury. Now when I'm in danger, Talisi can come in to fight on her own. Couple that with a better AR, and a newly crafted Eywa chest piece, and some touch-ups to my mods, I finally hit level 28. So by day 81, I was on the move to Supply Depot Alpha and search for info about the grinder, and by searching I mean shredding this place to a billion itty-bitty pieces. Further below I found what was like a treasure trove of loot and the operating room, and it was a tough hack to crack, but I managed, and heard Commander Bruno saying they made the perimeter turrets of the grinder basically unbreakable, meaning they can work at maximum capacity. Breaking into there sounds impossible, but leaving this place was tough enough with this here welcome party, tons of amps and helis. It was bullet galore, but it all ended with me blowing up this site. When Rinella and Seke swooped in back from their round with news, Talon learned how to hack the invulnerable turrets from inside the base. Getting in would be the problem though, but Seke hesitantly recommended a solution. The hide of a bat-like creature. The ones called chiropteras are strong, but that of an elder even more so. She really doesn't want the creature to die, but with that hide, we could make armor for Talisi, which could withstand the turret fire. So, that was the plan, and while going to do it, Talon was really nosy about Rasi though. He thought maybe she could have seen Nor, who's still in hiding. If he may hear that there's another Sarentu with us, he might come back to us, but that seems unlikely. As for the Elder Hunt, I found its hunting grounds, picked up its scent, and then flew so incredibly far. Losing the scent and picking it up again was frequent, but eventually I found its cave. Here I looted a better headband for wildlife damage, pretty clutch for what I'm about to do, and gloves for some RDA damage. In the nest, we endured their very cool scream attacks while very unskillfully taking them out till the legendary hide was collected, yet I still needed raindrop opals, so I got some superiors, boosted them up, and thus crafted the legendary armor for Talisi. She is looking beefy. And the team was already finalizing their plans too. Talon would make the turrets shoot the RDA, and I would get in for the hack. But we couldn't forget about Bruno. He had this custom Valkyrie, which surely was going to cause us problems, so our allies would cause us many distractions outside. Just made sense to unlock the ability to shoot flares off of an Ikran to deter homing missiles for the occasion, but I wanted to be super ready for this upcoming fight, so I went to get some mods and resources at night. So a bit of grinding was underway going into day 82. I got a few legendary supplies here and there to make some armor for Talisi, equipped a shotgun that I found with bonkers damage, a better mod for the mounted crossbow, and bought a better heavy bow from Soleks. So I hit level 29, but I was going all the way to max, so I quickly flew far south for some legendary bones, used said bone for a legendary spear thrower, meaning all my gear pieces are legendary now, which was followed by adding a better headband mod, collected tons of points across the map, and got to max out the new Ikran skill tree, all for more damage, better takedowns, and better smokes from flares essentially, yet I needed even more power, so I parkoured to get a legendary lift vine, grabbed legendary reeds amongst soccer nests, and used those to make a better mounted crossbow at night, but I still wasn't at level 30, so I dumped tons of items for favor, all for a few legendary mods, but still, it wasn't enough. So I hit up any RDA on day 83 for spare parts, which had the added bonus of me finding a stronger AR. As for the parts, I bought an insane shotgun mod with them, which had me at the verge of hitting level 30. So I thought it best to get some more parts, but I got lucky super early. I looted a better chest piece, so at long last, I was at max level, and with that ready to meet up with the team, but had to wait till sundown to enact our plan. Everyone was now in position. Tulo's dream of Eywa reclaiming this peak was within our grasp, so off we went to our greatest battle yet. The darkness of night was cut by smaller sights going up in a glorious blaze, and the armor was working as intended. Talisi was resisting the heavy gunfire, enough at least to get me above a cooling tower which Talon disabled ahead of time, allowing me to leap on in, meaning it's time for me to do what I do best, sneak in, taken names, and sabotage. Progressing was going swimmingly, descending more and more into the belly of the beast, when Rinella informed me that Soleks, Emon, and her warriors were flanking the western wall, and as soon as the turrets were dealt with, they would move in. But man, this place was heavily guarded, as it seems to be their main production facility for amp suits. I reached the control room in no time though, which was covered in poison gas from my arrows, which was honestly one of the most brutal room clears thus far, but that allowed me to get into the main terminal to install Talon's turret hack, and Hackerman did not disappoint. The live feed showed a glorious spectacle of the turrets turning on their owners, allowing the Eywa Kamitire to strike. My next priority was shutting off the grinder for good. The maintenance room came first though, and with the doors locked, it became a standoff till our buddy unlocked the doors for me. Having survived that fight, I rushed through the halls and almost got flattened by a ship which crashed into the base. A little bit too close of a call, but that does mean the siege outside was going well, I thought to myself. Soleks also radioed in saying that they made it inside but were taking heavy fire, from snipers specifically. He said that Rinella pushed him aside the last second, but that couldn't be true. She wasn't with him, so was he just losing it? As I went down the biggest amp storage room that I'd ever seen while being under fire, I too was saved by a mysterious navi. We'll take all the help we could get, I guess. And also, I finally found a higher than purple leg mod. Took me long enough, and it's good for weak spot damage. Perfect. The electricals of this base were failing fast though, which made traversing this maze rather difficult, so some rerouting was needed. In the meantime, Talon informed me that Imon, Rinella, Emerai, and some warriors were now moving on to the east gate. Everyone was putting in their best effort. Even Anufi arrived here to help. The fighting inside, though, did not let up. I could hear screams coming from another skirmish nearby, so following the sounds, I found our mysterious helper, who was none other than Rasi. She could not turn away from this fight, not with the last of her people facing her old enemy.
You are all so young, and yet so full of courage. You are stronger than I was back then.
We had to learn to fight. I often wonder what we would be like if the RDA had never come.
Your strength does not come from them. It is yours. I see your mother's light in your eyes. Go. We will speak again when the battle is done. I promise.
Well, that's progress. Talon will sure be happy to hear that news, but I had to stay focused. The control room for the grinder was up next, the final act, and per Talon's instructions, I had to hack 3 PCs to open hatches to break the main electricals while taking out swarms of RDA with these here conveniently placed RPGs in the most important chamber they have. Not a smart move on their part, but it did help me get this task done. All that was left to do was overload the whole darn thing, which will make this thing light up very soon as it goes critical, which queued more reinforcements to pour on in an attempt to save the facility, so I held them off till it was too broken to repair. And thankfully, all allies at this time were near exits already, so it was just yours truly who had to floor it to get out in time, which was incredibly tense, a marathon through flame, falling debris, and over electrical pools of water, but I made it out, only to see Bruno's warship raining down destruction from above, leaving me no choice but to take him down. Literally, requiring me to take out tons of scorpions first to get a clear landing on his Valkyrie.
Alright, you son of a bitch. It's a really cool ship you got, I ain't gonna lie. But it's time for you to fucking die. Oh, great. Oh, I'm out of regular shock ammo. I was wondering what was going on. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 no.
Lost the signal. Get back in range.
Yeah, I know, Talon. I know. I'm sorry. I'm not one to complain. But this has been rather difficult.
Round
Enemies.
2.
Be ready, Talici!
There we go. Alright. Now we're cruising, Talisi. And a 1, and a 2, and a 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go.
Use Sid to adjust the thruster angles and get a clean shot inside.
Is that my cue? Use it to expose. Okay, okay. Yeah, that's my cue. That's my cue. We've done this before with Harding. We can do it again.
Leyland, something's wrong.
Dang
it's
it.
not working.
I was afraid of this. Bruno's security is top-notch.
Of course it is.
We need some kind of power surge to take it offline.
A power surge? Would lightning work?
There has been lightning. They got the lightning rods. Okay. Toodaloos. Use the Econ Smash to destroy lightning rods around the facility. Okay. I can do that. Alright. Using Econ Smash, you say.
No!
It is satisfying that we got all skills unlocked and hit level 30 for this. Ain't gonna lie. I'm very proud of that. Ultimo. Boom, shakalaka.
That worked! Lightning connected to the ship, forcing Bruno to rise above the clouds, away from our allies, leading to our final showdown.
Oh, this is it.
Let's take this nuisance off the board.
Oh, this is exciting, actually. Oh, I'm
Bruno's
looking
above the
forward to
clouds.
some real
I
air-to-air
think he's going for
combat.
another missile strike.
Can you use Sid on the thrusters now?
I'm going to try.
Woo, that's a
Are
lot
the
of
others
missiles.
okay?
Oh, shit. Oh, that was the wrong time to dismount.
Get that Valkyrie off our backs.
Yeah, I'm trying, Solek. I don't know what to tell you. Alright. That takes a lot of hits, huh? Oh, never mind. I was using the wrong firepower.
Sergeant, did they just take out a stabilizing engine?
Indeed they have. I'm gonna try to do something really cool. If this doesn't work, it's gonna be very anticlimactic. Yeah, it was cool! That actually worked! Oh, I clenched up there towards the end. There we go.
Yes, sir. Diagnostics and repairs underway.
You can diagnose whatever you want, but your actual diagnosis is death.
I took out all the thrusters, but this Valkyrie isn't going down.
Those big engines are keeping it flying.
Of course they are. Dude, come on!
I can't hit the tank in these things.
You won't. Those big engines have way too much protection. Can you access the cargo hold? Then you could hit inside the fuselage.
The cargo hold, huh?
Yeah, the cargo hold. Yeah, what Eywa said, the cargo hold. Well, I see it's slightly open. I don't know if what I'm doing is correct, but I'm trying. Ah, yeah, it is weakened. I see it. I see that damage. There you go.
It was a glorious sight to behold. Bruno's ship destroyed, hurtling towards the ground, and ultimately exploding smack dab in the grinder facility. Our work here was done. Our friends are returning the injured back home, but not all made it. Imon passed away in the battle. So back at the falls, I gave my condolences to Emirai. She had saved him as he came under fire. All he can do is move on strongly and honor the training from his older sister. As for Anufi and Tsutlo, they were arguing nearby, but everything was okay. They had come to an agreement. Since the threat here was now gone, those of the Eywa who wished to stay could do so, and those who would want to return to the Hollows were free to do so as well. All that mattered is they were one clan again. And for us Sarentu, we still need to find our own way. But thankfully, Rasi came. She opened up to us. We were no longer alone, and neither was Soleks. Last of his tribe, sure, but we are his family now. Nor, although missing, is a member too, and together we would find a way to flourish. And with that, the Secrets of the Spires DLC is complete, and that leads us to the From the Ashes DLC. And this grand adventure kicks off with some backstory from long ago.
The whole damn frontier has gone to hell. I say it's high time we bring in the big guns. Total elimination, Major, understood? You take that insurgency out.
We get a glimpse into the past of our good friend Soleks as you play as him in this campaign. He was living peacefully in the beautiful Hallelujah Mountains together with his bonded Ikran Ile. This was their home in the year 2154, yet war was raging back then already. And he was present in the Battle of Airam Alusing alongside many Navi, all called here by the Toruk Makto to fight back the RDA. Soleks was still young and his clan still present. The Tr'ong and a close friend of his named Wawin was with him. They descended on the air fleet with speed and determination, leading to the mountains being consumed in a grand aerial skirmish. With great precision, he took out many scorpions, yet the battle was two-sided. Seemingly for every takedown, Ikran riders fell too, but Wawin seemed overjoyed, thrilled to be in this fight. Yet when Soleks came under fire from a missile, he rushed and took the full force of the impact, devastating Soleks, who saw his friend tumble down the rocks with no way having survived. This enraged him, not letting any enemy escape his arrows. He even mid-air leaped onto an enemy ship, tore out the soldiers inside, and proceeded to smash the cockpit with his bare hands.
Soleks, that's enough! What are you doing?
What I came here to do.
Bit much, don't you think?
That's right, our Sarentu is now a story character. A little bit confusing for me, honestly, to narrate all this, but we're in an RDA facility, and Soleks was very passionate about that kill because that was the last dog tag to collect from his hit list from enemies from this part of Pandora. All here that were involved in killing his clan are no more. Together, we made our way on out. He doesn't seem interested in using Sid for hacking. He's a little bit old-fashioned, but he's very skilled at taking out entire amp suits when caught off guard. He is the most talented fighter we know, after all. And note this DLC is much more streamlined for combat, and health is shown in health bars, the amount of which is based on your gear. With all enemies before us slain, we made our way out of this place on our ekrans under the beautiful aurora-lit sky. A week passed from then, and so we are officially on our day 84, and for reference, moving forward, when I say I, it means Soleks, or else this is all just gonna get very confusing. At our home in the skies, I pondered the collected dog tags, but tossed them in the fire, wanting to put the legend of the dog tag warrior behind me. This home base is actually pretty decked out with all sorts of stations that a warrior could need and a place to reflect, which I tried to do, but an Ikran's roar interrupted me. It's Talisi at my front porch, along with the Sarentu, who asks if we're done being all mopey after our last mission. Our friends have been asking for me and insist that we visit them after all.
Oh, come on!
Sarentu.
Sarentu?
It is not
you
that
always
I
do that. Is my name too hard?
Sarentu is fitting. You guide them all.
Sounds more like Ritnella.
And there is more than one way to lead. Now go away.
Come back to Home Tree. I'll race you. Come on.
I'm not in the mood.
Scared you'll lose? Again? Chicken?
And what is chicken?
Come find out!
The entire race, honestly, was me just trying to keep up with the youngster while he smack-talked me. Served to do some sightseeing at least, clear the mind a little bit, and Talon called with excitement in his voice. A Navi group called the Wind Traders were arriving at Home Tree, the Tlalim clan, and they got a sweet ride. That being the colossal airship seen overhead. The top is actually a creature named Rimora. Once parked, we met up with our family, and turns out Talon made a bond with an Ikran of his own, named Eywa. A bit of a human name, but that's no surprise, and Rasi called us in. All the way up, commerce was booming with all sorts of trinkets and wonders, with the ships floating above, yet one bunch of flowers stood out to me, so I took one, which made the navigator Ulinai walk on over, stating that it grows near where the Truong tribe once lived.
It has wonderful
healing properties, I know. That was my home. What?
You are one of the Truong? Keep it, my Elan. A gift for you.
Of course, Katnat and Itu are here to greet our guests. Like the Captain Yafatar, they were surprised that they arrived earlier than expected, and after some brief formalities, she mentioned a darkness is moving at the forest's edge, the air thick with smoke. A wildfire seemingly spreading. RDA is there too, but they seem much more aggressive than the groups that we've dealt with in the past, which is strange because Talon hasn't picked up any new signals recently. Katnat, now a stronger leader, says that we'll deal with this threat, and the Sarentu, of course, will aid in this endeavor. Rinella and Atua will check first with the hunters, and so we all took our leave from the market. Of course, we went to check out the smoke, which made us stumble upon some of the Aranahe camps completely torched, with a dire horse hung in the center. A gruesome sight, and it doesn't seem like a human attack at all, plus the ropes are navi made. We pressed on with the investigation for a while till we came across a strange burnt totem, and Talon picked up chatter on a very old RDA channel. From Tap, oddly enough. Priya thinks the RDA may want to reclaim some old sites, so we split up. He'd go to Tap, I'd follow the burnt trail. A small RDA platoon was seen using amp suits to burn the area, so I dealt with them, and then reached our old and abandoned Resistance HQ. Someone's been here recently, so I checked inside. The place was covered in meat hooks and navi ropes, feral viper wolves hung about, and human weapons modeled for navi hands and decorated with strange patterns. I booted up the system to learn more and saw computers displaying a map of the home tree and its nearby camps, plus there were these strange robot canines right next to it. There's nothing useful here though, so this must be a temporary hideout for the enemy, a starting point for something big. On that note, RDA ships are landing outside, so I gave them a very warm welcome. And yes, they're deploying robot dogs with electric fangs to take me out, but neither they or the extra amps stood a chance. Talon brought up strange info then. The communications from Tap were coming from Mercer. He's dead though, but Talon is definitely certain that is correct. It's his ID and coming straight from his office. So I made a trip across the pond and up a cliff to reach the Sarentu, and thus we entered as a duo. We don't know what's in here, so better safe than sorry. Safety in numbers. Inside there are more dead animals thrown about. We definitely aren't alone down here, so we proceeded cautiously. Also because this place was pretty much falling apart. We did get the power running again, thankfully though, and reached the cryo chamber where we and the Sarentu met so long ago. Progressing even further, we fought decorated feral viper wolves and passed the place where Ahadi died, which was very heavy on our friend. And well, one long overgrown maze later, we finally reached Mercer's office and immediately got ambushed by ash-covered navi, knocking us out. And next thing we know, this big fella named Wukala, a high-ranking leader of the Manquan tribe, addresses us. Him and I have history. I bested him in battle long ago, shown by his scars, so he wants revenge, but gets stopped by Major Bukowski. He can't speak to us if we're dead, after all. Turns out the signals from here was just bait for the Sarentu, and deduces our friend's name, Tamte. Hey, the more you know. Didn't take him a lot of pondering to figure out who I was, though. He was prying for information on the remaining Sarentu. They'll be doing anything to retrieve them, and thus hauled Tamte away, knowing well that our friends will go look for him. Thing is though, he has no use for me, so I just barely managed to break free and tried to save our friend, but only got a hold of a song chord. A scuffle broke out in this small room, which only led to me getting knocked through a window to who knows where. Thankfully, this rage-induced warrior was stopped from following me, cause they're about to blow the whole place to smithereens while I'm out cold. 24 hours later, I awoke to this place destroyed. With a severe injury, I limped out of the base into a completely burnt forest, all reduced to ash, not a speck of life in sight. The only light in this hell was Ile, and quickly she took me away straight to our home to tend to my wounds. Here, I unlocked the skill tree, which is a little bit different from the base game. By killing enemies, you sometimes get dog tags, which work as skill points, which you dump into this massive spider web of a tree. For now, I got the ability that takedowns restore a health bar, plus to carry an extra health item. And I may have lost most of my weapons, but still, I geared up for war. We are not losing our family again. I'll find Tamte, even if it means searching every inch of the scorched Kinglor forest. Priya called and mentioned that most of the resistance made it out, and they're heading to a safe house, but they don't have any of the Sarentu with them. So that's a lot of people that I gotta save. Good thing Ile and I are very well versed in dealing with scorpions. I mean, just look at these takedowns. They're insane. Our best lead to start this search is at Home Tree, because that's where the gang was last seen, but it's been taken over by RDA in Manquan, so I flew on over to the arch to get a vantage point, and it's been completely torched, and with all of the surrounding trees burned to a crisp, we had to fly low to remain undetected. And man, they fully set up shop in record time, which will make getting into the tree a bit tricky. I have to do this on foot, so I upgraded my armor straight in my inventory and hopped on in. As I was taking out enemies in silence, I heard Bukowski on the speakers addressing all Aranahe, promising if that they tell him where the Sarentu went, they would withdraw, which no one in their right mind would believe. I kept up the stealth for a good while against the sky people, but as soon as I got noticed, I had to switch to guerrilla tactics. Hit and hide, till eventually I reached a tunnel leading into the tree. So now inside this burning home, I could hear Manquan roaming about, and sadly, Kitangi met her end, but there are still some being held alive inside. Wukala and his henchmen are holding Katnat and Efika, and others, hostage, executing Navi for information on the Sarentu, so they can't be in here. Just as I was taking my leave, though, I overheard one of the Aranahe give up the information. The Sarentu had flown to the Boundless range. And right after, I could hear Satnap being tortured. These are cruel people. As I was leaving the home tree, I stumbled upon a fight where Manquan cut down a Navi warrior and redirected his attention to me, which resulted in a duel, which I won. But as I reached the Navi to check on their wounds, the presumed dead enemy leaped out and landed a fatal cut. And in the heat of close quarters combat, I redirected his knife into his heart, causing a sense of regret to have killed a Navi with a metal knife. This brought upon rage, and with the ability Warrior Sense now unlocked, I grabbed the Manquan's AR and rushed to the outside RDA perimeter for a bloodbath. And so as the night set in, battle raged across the base, and the Warrior Sense is actually pretty cool. You get heat vision, an increase in damage, and become tanky for a short amount of time. So literally, I was seeing red, no stealth, just lead, and it was still tough. So many enemies. I mean, seriously, even with tons of health packs all over the place, my health pool was really hard to keep up. And as my packs were dwindling, a Manquan Raider appeared. They're like mini-bosses which bring the heat, requiring a finisher to seal the deal. And from this corpse, I looted one of their heavy bows. I left this place still under fire the next morning and called Alma. Apparently, the whole resistance will soon be leaving the Kinglor forest, and so far no word from Rinella or Talon. She really doesn't want to leave without saying goodbye first. After I meditated, I got some temporary hit points and finally got word from Talon. He is at the Rookery. He wanted to warn the people there of the danger, but the Manquan are already there, so I have to hurry. I unlocked that healing heals more and flew on over. He and Eywa are on top the Ikran's nest, and the enemies are mercilessly butchering Ikran. Good thing though that you mentioned to go up on foot though, as snipers and sonic defense units have the skies under lockdown. I arrived to a sad sight. The whole place was being burnt, and inside lay dead hunters, so fearing the worst for Talon, I rushed up. He stopped responding after all, so that didn't help my worries. Along the destroyed path, I took out guards and made sure no snipers remained standing, and with the scorpions chasing Ikrans through the narrow gaps. With Talon and Ada's bond being so new, I doubted that they could escape. The clock was ticking, and their troops were unrelenting, and some Ikran were in hiding in their home, where I parkoured across some bridges, trying to find our boy, yet reached a burnt patch where Eywa was pleading for her life. Approaching cautiously, I witnessed pure brutality. Eywa, held against her will, was begging them to spare her Ikran Tatlu, who was pinned to the ground by Rax, one of the most vicious of the war band, who has an appetite for torturing animals. She asked how she raised such a powerful Ikran. Hers never lasts so long. Gee, I wonder why.
Stop it! She has no fight left!
It is true. Fine. I will stop! You see, they always
Talu! No, no! Talu! Talu, look at me, please! Ah! Ah!
We flew to a nearby camp with many injured Aranahe, and thankfully Katnat is still alive. Distraught, Eywa insists on going back to Talu, so I comforted her and asked if she knows where Talon is. All she knows is that he was tracking the enemy on his own, which has her recklessly prepped to go back him up, wanting revenge, but I made her see that right now, her injured people need their Tsahik.
We have to do something to stop this insanity.
And we will. I promise you. Give me time.
Here I unlocked the short bow, and desperate at this point, I called Alma for reports on our enemy's movements, but all we know is they attack anything that the navi hold dear, so I concluded, with the home tree and rookery already destroyed, the next thing that attack is our way to the ancestors, sacred Eywa sites. We couldn't let that slide, so unlocked Temporizing to fill my warrior sense faster, and flew to Dawn's Glade, where the Manquan already had set up camp, inhabited by one of their warriors, whom I stumped, which got me their spear thrower, and noticed top-nutting flowers, the ones of my homeland. This had to be a sign from Eywa, so I followed the petals to a big Zakoma plant, a welcome gift as its fruit increases my max health. And finally, Talon radioed in. He followed the enemy to the coast, so I guess I'm heading east. He's on a cargo ship, which keeps the facilities running here as it brings supplies from Bridgehead. It's like RDA's home tree. So he plans to hack it and turn it to scraps, and despite my warnings, he's reckless about it and just going ahead with it. The closer I got, the more deforestation I saw, and as I got close at sunset, I took out smaller sites first, thrashed all the people inside, and I'm glad that there's less hacking in this DLC, just breaking stuff to get places all wiped off the map, and as a reward, I unlocked more damage with longbows while in warrior sense. As day 87 came in, I upgraded my short bow, assault rifle, head and legs, and reached a vantage point near the docks. Talon suggests not taking the front gates. I agree, this place is armed to the teeth, so I have to sneak in while he's being reckless inside, saying to meet up at the bridge of the ship when I heard him get attacked by something inside, which is when the signal cut. Oh boy! Under heavy rain and thunder, I made my way around the back, jumped over docks and boats, and got in undetected, but I didn't have time for stealth, so I wreaked havoc across the yard in a violent spectacle until dawn, and got an affinity for these cool shock grenades, and was landing my arrows much better. With the coast clear, I swam to the cargo hold of the ship and remained silent. Whatever attacked Talon must still be inside. Maybe it was the Manquan here, from who I learned that Zari here is Wukula's sister, and this Kasem fellow said he got mines from the Sky People. Pressing on, I came across a dead robo-dog. Talon seemed to have actually taken it out. He's grown so much, and speak of the devil, I found him. He admits that he just wanted to help, do as I and Tamte do, take out places like it's nothing, but stresses over that the plan was stupid. He did get injured in battle, but I passed him a Dapafet pod and got him back up on his feet to see this mission through together. Yet he notices my metal blade, yoinked it from me, and began to tinker with it. I insisted this was not the time nor place to fiddle around with experiments, but he was onto something.
Aha! Check it out. Of course you would complicate a simple knife.
I get it. You want to slash, shoot. But we are going to need more than that.
I do not want to sit, Talon.
No. No, it's not like that. I promise. The metal blade will hold a charge, see? Enough to overload RDA systems. Everything here runs on electricity. So, why not use their own tools against them? Trust me. You're gonna love it.
We will see.
He says we should first take out the engine room, and well, this knife works like a charm to short-circuit things, so I got into the room, overloaded a device, and chucked nades into hatches so both engines got wiped out, which made this place buzz like a kinglor nest. Guards rushed in while I tried to get out. A fight broke out in the cargo hold against amps and multiple hellhounds, and once I got the gate open, a raider rushed in who got humbled in no time flat. Talon had a good idea. He could hack the hellhounds, so as I got out, I saw them turn on their masters, a very welcome distraction to help Talon sneak on out, and for Solek to do what Solek does best.
Hydra machine gun. Holy moly. Oh, now we're cooking. Oh, this thing is hard to control, but you know what? I'm not complaining. Oh, that's crazy. I don't know what's blowing up me or them, but you know what? I'm just spraying and praying at this point. Oh, hi, baby. There you go. Ooh. I don't think so, pal. Okay, well, maybe I think so. They all boarded. Never mind.
They were doing everything in their power to stop us, but I destroyed all parked airships, shot enemies below like fish in a barrel, and blew up fuel storages. And amidst all the chaos, even Ile lent a hand. The fighting raged on for a long time, though, and I was running out of meds. Only barely did I manage to take out all the troops, and with my last smidge of health, took down the main tower, blowing this place up beyond repair. Our objective is now complete, so it's high time we skedaddle.
Are you just striking a pose for me? What's going on? That's a Dove commercial right there.
We flew off to meet up with the Resistance at the safe house nearby, so one short trip later, we arrived at a very long winding cave system where deep within our friends were in hiding. Alma and Talon were overjoyed to meet again, but we must not dilly-dally. The other Sarentu are still missing, so Talon got straight to work and assured Alma that we'll save the others by the time that they get back. Because again, they plan to leave, yet she doesn't have the heart to tell them that they're leaving for good. I was just incredibly excited to finally have unlocked the shotgun, and that many of our allies are still alive, so I chatted a bit with them and learned that the Kamitide retreated to the spires, same for the Zeswa to the heart of the plains. Priya is making sure to leave any data behind that Talon may need. As for where they're going far out past the spires, far away from all this. It pains Alma, but knows that we'll manage. As for my gear, the shotgun is at superior tier, so I got the longbow and AR up to that level, and unlocked scavenging more ammo as that had been an issue up to this point, plus more damage to marked targets, and auto slow-mo mode when shooting in the air is a very welcome addition to my abilities. At dawn of day 88, I took to the skies, and Talon dumped tons of information into my noggin. There's a lieutenant named Giovanna Morgan, a weapons engineering specialist who's in charge of many of the RDA operations in the forest, and there's a secret operation from the RDA which not even Bukowski knows of, and something about a flying beast. As I arrived home, much to my disappointment, I saw that Priya and Anka dropped tons of stuff here that they couldn't take along.
Don't hate me!
By this time, Hackerman figured out that the flying beast mentioned in the notes is none other than Rax, the one who killed Itua's Ikran, and since she was present when Tamte was taken, that's the best lead that we got, but it's still a mystery why the Manquan have fallen so far from Eywa. Why do they find pleasure in causing pain? As I headed to the secret operation location that Talon mentioned, I was pleased. I was doing much more damage to ships now, like a big noticeable increase, but I had to make a pit stop at an overtaken RDA camp in search for meds. Yet as I looted belongings from the Manquan, an explosion went off. This was a trap. A raider ambushed me with amp backup. They're getting sneaky, but not enough to best Soleks. With this platoon wiped out, I improved my scavenging even further and set my sights on a huge factory which was on the way, Fort Athena, and these function like the base game big facilities to get loot at the end just harder. Like the commandos inside are way tougher with protected backs. Sneaky assassinations were executed though, kamikaze hellhounds were put down, and valves popped in this hydro-powered factory, followed by taking down rabies-ridden Manquan, which felt the sweet taste of buckshot, and grenades quickly became my go-to when dealing with commandos. This takeover culminated with breaking the main cooling system and turning way too many valves till this place just blew on up. Sadly, I'm missing a key card to get more loot, no idea where it is, but still, and got enough dog tags to unlock Ikran launch, plus a finisher on amps when landing straight on them, and on top of that, some extra flares. Now at the operation location that Talon mentioned, it seems abandoned, but as soon as I checked it out, an Ash Thanator attacked me. The poor thing must have suffered more from their training than my arrows. It's very clear that they've been torturing animals here and have been hauling them off somewhere. Feels like another black market project, so I followed the vehicle tracks, and on the way tested out that airborne finisher, and it is smooth as butter. The path led me to an impressive structure, a massive dome, which is actually the Laser Alpha site just repurposed. Tamte destroyed it back in the day, so how hard can getting in be? Infiltration went off without a hitch, slithering through the cracks, and stealth kills were served up with a side of freed animals, which aided me in taking out any stragglers, allowing me to sneak on inside the building. Here I just followed Talon's directions, because honestly, for Soleks, this whole place was very confusing, but thanks to him, I got into the cargo hold from where I had to get into the vents, yet apparently, the enemy had been expecting me. Over the speakers, a Lieutenant Wesley welcomed me into his domain and invites us to come save our friends. But first, he has a show prepared, a massive pack of hellhounds, which slowed down my advance. First, on day 89, I got the fans off so I could waltz straight through them, but there's something big nearby, letting out powerful roars. They have caged Thanators here, but that was from something larger. Something is definitely off. There are way too many dead animals and not enough troops. The only place to go was up on this here elevator, where above me, a hatch opened up with blinding light, and before I knew it, I was in a colossal arena on full display in front of RDA. The floor rumbled, a massive gate opened, and from the darkness came forth a giant beast controlled by RDA tech. This is a fireback mastodon, and it is not happy to see me based on its body language. This is some gladiator type. Even Talon could see because they're broadcasting this like a sport, but he suggested that I pop the device which pumped gas into his chest when they open up to breathe.
Look at him go! What a fight! Hey folks, all that work to catch you when you just walk straight in here. Now if I had your friends, I'd have fed them to this guy. Come on, Slick, give us a good show.
It takes out containers like it's nothing, so I lured it to smack down one of the 4 pillars, which gave me an opening to pop the first device, which got face riled up. He put a lot of effort into this project, so let's do it a second time, and it worked like a charm. Yet they also apparently attached ankle straps, which shocked the poor animal to enrage it even more. Those stomps throw me back a good distance, so I have to watch out. I got it to knock down the 3rd pillar, slid right between its legs to disable that device as fast as I could, which had the lieutenant up the ante.
Oh, f*** you.
He didn't learn though. Groups of these things just make nades all the more satisfying. So with them gone, I could refocus on our hefty friend, whom I tried to free from the ankle strap, and that did cause me some pain in the process. He shook me off and charged me with his sus, but I didn't take it personally. The next device to go was on its side, which I only got off thanks to that it toppled, but even so, prying it off was a struggle. Wesley got so enraged by this that he cut the live feed, shocked the mastodon to pass out, and sent the full force of his troops onto me. But the innocent mastodon would be caught in the crossfire in this bullet hell, so waves after waves were obliterated, taken down, and many other words to describe the violent scene before you.
All right, this is getting out of hand. Time we cut our losses, boys. Kill the beast, and for God's sakes, kill that blue!
Killing the fireback's too far, man, but thank goodness it was back up on its feet.
Holy shit. Thank you, Mama.
Our friend was almost free, but severely pissed off, and all the turrets did was make it smash into a wall, through which it actually broke through, but that seemed to give it a concussion as it fell straight to the floor, so I rushed on over to check on it. Writhing in pain, it lay on the floor before passing out, so I tried to get the last piece off from its back, but heavy fire prevented me, which also woke it up, so I'm gonna have to drop onto its back. Its rage was actually its saving grace, as it broke enough stuff around the room for me to even get that high to leap on, stab the equipment, and pry it off of her. I ain't gonna lie, I did not feel safe riding this thing with bullets flinging across the room. It did try to charge in this tight space when a rocket halted her for a brief moment, but it wasn't enough to stop this behemoth, which smashed through the walls, the ticket to our freedom and for all of the trapped animals inside. As soon as I saw a dire horse though, I slid on off and onto it, galloped into the pouring rain, and got picked up by Eywa. But apparently, I wasn't out of the woods yet, as from behind me, Rax herself ambushed us from above, knocking Eywa and I out of the sky, straight down to the forest floor. We lived, yet our bond has been injured, which has our enemy pleased. She'll see what it takes to get it to break, but an arrow halted her attack.
Manor! Get on! Now! Quickly!
Holy sh! It's Nor, but no time for questions. He'll fly, I'll shoot the missiles that she's throwing our way, and her, but she's a tricky one, flanking us when she can, but my aim was glued to her when in sight. We need revenge for Etua and her fallen Ikran. Our aerial combat continued till she swooped in from behind and flung me off plopping me onto a plateau.
After I kill you, I will find your Ikran. He will beg me for death.
The warrior sense came in handy to face her in a head-to-head fight. The damage was nuts. She just used the advantage of flight against me, but I still landed enough shots for her Ikran to almost knock her off. The nearby scorpions came to her aid though and chased me down. One of the explosions actually ended up knocking me from this high altitude, so free falling, I witnessed giant rocks which were bound to crush me, but only thanks to Nora and his Ikran did I live to tell the tale. Because of this, we could continue to fight in the air as a wombo combo duo, but for some reason, Nora was being sassy, asking where the Sarentu are and acting not surprised that I hadn't found them, cause I never found him. Strange to start beef in this epic battle, but okay, you do you. Rax re-engaged, but is already severely wounded, which may have pushed her over the edge to shoot way too many missiles in a row for anybody's good. But with multiple mags shoved into our target, her health bar fully dropped. We have her on the ropes. Panicked, she hurried to rise above the smoke while we gave chase, straight into another RDA platoon, so with some dodging and weaving, we got close enough to land the final shots, crashing her and her innocent Ikran to the ground. We descended cautiously and landed next to her corpse, flipped over like a pancake, just to check on the tortured Ikran, who seems dead but just barely let out a sigh of pain. And although I really don't want to, the only thing that I could offer it was an end to its suffering and be one with Eywa. Node mentioned that Ile is okay, which is a relief, but he pushes that me using Sky People metal is wrong, as if he's above me in some way, and says he'll find the others his way. After dusting off the ashes and contemplating what had just happened, I returned to my bonded and unlocked Rax's Fire Shortbow, semi-auto AR, and a new waistcloth. Lucky for me, I could upgrade the AR to max right off the rip and unlocked an extra healing pouch. Talon then called. He said that he got a lead on a flight recorder from a scorpion near some ravines, and he rambled so much that I had to shut him the f*** up to tell him that Nor is back, which had him asking all sorts of questions if he's okay and such, but admittedly, we haven't had a chance to really chit-chat just yet. Considering the recent insane fights, some upgrades were in order, so I upgraded the headband and noted that 3 pieces of dog tag armor gives me a good defense increase. Then I went to a cave, where I found a Kambitida shortbow for stacking damage, collected materials from the forest for a little bit, and explored the map in doing so, but it's honestly quite empty, the camps at least. So I just decided to do a full stealth run on this here compound, focusing on human kills first so there are less eyes, which made amp finishers a whole lot easier, meaning flawlessly. All gas pipes and holes were lit up, but unlike facilities back in the day, this didn't unscorch the map. On day 90, I checked out my home and there was this broken ship on my roof, and pulling this lever would let me undo a lock for a chest, but I need to upgrade my electrical knife first, so I went onto the top of my rock, collected some fiber, and then fought small oil convoys for dog tags with my new AR, which is like a powerful scopeless sniper. I love it, especially when shooting atop Ile. Many fuel trucks got destroyed, enough to let me get a double charge upgrade to short circuit the chest's lock, which granted me a storm ammo shotgun. Then, wanting to upgrade more gear, I got bark from some trees, basts from rivers, and dark obsidian from Mangquan camps, and after a few more fuel trucks met their end, I got to upgrading some of the side weapons just in case. Now prepped on day 91, I went and found the flight recorder that Talon mentioned at a crash site, and during my investigation of it, Nor showed up. All roads lead to Rome or something, I guess. He's upset that Talon is at base with Alma, as if there's something wrong with that or is my fault, and doesn't feel bad at all about killing her avatar body in the past. Before he meets Talon though, he insists to find the others first, so I mentioned the RDA took Tamte, for which again he blames me, saying I've grown weak and threatens me if any of them die, to which I cuss him out for being gone this whole time. I'll find Rinella and Rasi myself, which has him very confused. He has no idea who Rasi is. As we walked, he asked tons of questions on who this Rasi character is, but I don't have the answers, man. Ask her yourself when we find her. We deduced from a nearby camp that the local navi fled to a ridge, so we set out in that direction across the river. During our walk, we had our first long conversation about human corruption, my encounter with Kukula in the past, and what a dark individual he is, to which he says that same darkness lies in me and the Sarentu, which is the reason that he came back. oh, how noble. He has high hopes for Rasi, though, to still have pure, untainted knowledge in what it is to be Sarentu. He apparently has connected a lot with Eywa and the ancestors to be on the path that he is on. This field lab that we came across initially didn't have any further clues, but Nor heard a voice coming from this room, so I broke on in and found a wounded human, and he recognizes me as the dog tag warrior. I asked him to tell us where the navi went, but considering he's at the verge of death, he doesn't really fear any threats, so it took lots of convincing that his allegiance to the RDA meant nothing, that his squad abandoned him, his superiors don't even know his name, and he'd better speak up if he wishes his life to not end meaninglessly, which got him to crack. They went to the mountains to the south. There's a cave entrance there. That's all he knows.
Better safe than sorry.
On our flight to the mentioned cave, Nor just wouldn't shut the f up with his judgmental talk. It was getting really bothersome. Solek even said he was being ridiculous, but he just never let up, and even dared to ask if we'll drive back the resistance too. Mr. Enlightened here was stepping on my nerves. We arrived at Ravine's Maw, a cave system leading to a region further south. We traversed this cave together, helping each other out when needed, bickering constantly, till I jumped down someplace that I shouldn't have, so we had to split up, meaning I had to fight hellhounds alone, meaning RDA has been here, and it took some parkour to see Nor again, and it seems like he's kind of warming up to me. I don't know, he's conflicted, I'm conflicted. A problem lied ahead though, a sleeping Thanator and a gateway lily separating us, and I really tried not to wake the beast, avoiding bone piles which caused sound, but it was futile. A game of cat and mouse commenced, and I tried to open the way like this, but it was of no use. I had to put her down to think and pop the last plant. Only thanks to that were we able to meet up again, and he wanted to protest me killing the Thanator, but I reminded him firmly we do not have the time to be merciful, as we need to find Rinella ASAP. We then stumbled upon a campsite likely made by Rinella, Rasi, and more navi who we are assuming are injured because they seem to be traveling slow. Sad thing is though that in such a massive place we cannot use our Ikran to cover more ground. They don't like the air here, so we split up on good terms to cover more ground. We then get a brief glimpse at what's happening with Tamte in an RDA cell. Bukowski's there, and he tries to pull a nice cop act, saying that they can build a good future with the navi, but Tamte refuses, affirms that will come for him, and that he is in his final days.
There's this old rhyme that I found in the logs from Tap. An old Sarentu song. Ongolu Sarentu, that eloke emrae.
That is not your song to sing! Ah!
We are Sarentu. We will survive forever. But only in memories.
My search in the ravine commenced on foot. It's by far the furthest south we've ever been, and the loot here is just what I need to upgrade my longbow to exquisite tier, and might as well unlock that warrior sense, fills faster when landing kills undetected, and to combo with that, I made myself harder to detect. This rocky environment is quite hard to traverse though, if I gotta be honest, and quite dark from all the shadows that are cast, but still, I was able to reach Nor. We caught the trail of Rasi's group, and based on the tracks, they picked up the pace, which is when a gunshot was heard echoing through the ravine. Across a large chasm is the group we're looking for, sprinting with bows drawn, but a sniper, very far out, has them in their sights, preventing them from escaping an RDA platoon which opened fire upon them, yet they seemed capable of handling those soldiers at least, so our best bet is to get that sniper out of the picture. Which landed me in the same situation as them, yet the sniper ended up taking out any of the RDA attacking me, causing them to fall back.
Just you and me now, Soleks. And I see you.
Remember Wukula's sister on the boat? Well, she's out to get me. I advanced up the hill while barely missing her shots and with her constantly whispering in my ear. Wukula apparently wants a trophy made out of me, but she wants to pry him of that satisfaction. When a bullet did reach me, it was incredibly painful, so I was happy to reach a cave leading to her, safe from her sight, yet I fell through the rocks and seemingly straight into one of their lairs. That sniper that she carries apparently is from Quaritch himself, yet they also have other gifts at their disposal.
Well, they're the mines that they got.
Once I got past the mine-ridden cave, and even more of her manipulative talk that I would have been a great Manquan, I reached a mining facility, and she was sitting smack dab at the top of an excavator for a crisp line of sight on my booty cheeks. Good thing Talon the tech god remembered the plans of this site. Mercer actually commissioned the demolition of the excavator, so the explosives for it should still be in place. Say no more. The first one made it turn, the second one even more so, which got our opponent nervous as she's losing her footing, and with a bit of a climb up the facility, I had the perfect shot for the third and final blast. That was enough to send this massive machine tumbling on down, including Zari. This is most definitely not how she planned for this to go.
Bye, Felicia.
I was very surprised that she somewhat survived the fall, only to assure me that Ukula will have me instead before passing away, followed by me paying my respects and taking a trinket for the road. And as I was going through her items, Nor and Rassi came over. Glad he found one of our family at least, but again, he looks down upon me, looting her weapon, and tries to speak to Rassi about his oh so great wisdom of being a true navi, and that there's no place on Pandora for those like Zari.
But the navi have strayed before. There are ways.
Ways for those who respect Eywa and shun the Sky People.
And what about respect for our elders?
Naitoa maleo koate.
Oh, I see you, Nor. A young warrior's fire burns high. Restraint comes with age. Let us see the rest of the group to safety.
We had hoped to find Riganella with you.
They were separated in the ravines. I will find her.
That was not the Nor I had hoped to meet.
And we are not the people he hoped us to be.
During all of this, Wukula is with Bukowski, who's not happy that his sister fired at his men, but still gives his condolences for his deceased sister. They have a workplace partnership type deal, but says that Quaritch is running out of patience. He wants results, and as much as they want to have an argument, one answers to Varang and the other to Quaritch, and they are leading together, and he just can't have the Manquan attacking allied RDA soldiers. He admits his sister was strange, but he is more disciplined, and Bukowski agrees that he should be the one to kill Soleks once and for all, as long as they do this the RDA way, and they prepared a tool for him for the job. That was one intense day, but I was rewarded with a stronger chess piece, and Talon says that the RDA have spotted Rinella in the ravines, but it needs us to get through some firewall to learn more details, so I went to the spot straight away, reaching this big base at night under heavy rain. There's no front guards to this place, so I got in easily on day 92, and of course Nor is here as well, and we both agree that Rinella has passed through here, so he'll go high and provide support with his bow while I go down to listen in on conversations on where she went. Thing is though, these purple marked amps drop advanced components that I need for upgrades, so there was very little listening going on, so Talon's gonna have to look for a data terminal with what we need while I fight my way through this massive old quarry. At the first PC, with just straight up violence, I helped Hackerman get through the firewall to download info, and Rinella was here but not alone. That's all he knows though. I'll need to get to another terminal to learn more, and with the alarms now raised, it was showtime! Everyone that came into my sight was dropped all the way till I reached the next terminal, where Talon could see through footage that she was being chased by a Manquan called Old Ash. He is trouble because the RDA even pulled back any reinforcements at the time, letting him do it by himself. It took many violent engagements to be able to advance and break into a larger room to get more data on this Old Ash fellow, whose name is Kasem. He is one of the warband's heavy hitters. He is old, but I guess that just proves that he is very skilled at surviving. Major Bukowski even describes him as a Thanator and not V skin. Final hope for finding our friend would be in the control room, Talon said, which I entered together with Nor, and thanks to the rare components, my shotgun is now exquisite. The inside then was cleared out in a savage fashion, no survivors here, no stealth required, and Nor at least shows signs of regretting raising his voice to Rassi. Once inside the control room, we mopped up any witnesses and overloaded the main PC, meaning Talon got more data. The last sighting of Rinella was her fleeing into a cave with a stream leading into it, but we got trouble. Bukowski sent a wyvern here to load up troops to back up old Ash. I guess he changed his mind. Nor insisted on just rushing to Rinella, but I'm on the opinion that we should take out the reinforcements first. So we split up, and Talon instructed me on what to blow up so I could get straight to work. To my surprise, this place was infested again, but no matter. That just means more explosions. And in order, I blew up the wyvern, the fuel generator, and lastly, all gas lines, which caused a chain reaction. Now I just had to catch up to Rinella, but as I left the back exit, a raider tried to halt me. Unsuccessfully though, but that got me just enough dog tags to let me heal while using warrior sense and to see RDA paths, and upon leaving, I unlocked the last piece of the Child of Two Worlds set. The full set buff heals me constantly, which is great. Moving through the ravine, I wandered into a cave, not the right one, but this one with a strange oil pit had a gate up top which can only open from this side, meaning I now have a shortcut to the forest. And since I'm here, there were some plans that I wanted to complete. With Ile, we went and destroyed one of these smaller aircom bases on a spire, and it took its sweet time to complete due to the setup of the facility, but in short, 3 main towers needed to be destroyed, which hurt their aerial coordination. All that was to get another dog tag to improve Ile's stamina, which I followed up with by meditating through the night. With these buffs, I enacted my plan on day 93, which was simply to go collect all 7 remaining Zekoma fruits to greatly increase my max health. Some were guarded by RDA, some hidden in caves, others required killing raiders, but I got them all by day's end. Just look at that juicy health pool! And with my waistcloth upgraded the next morning, along with unlocking that headshots and hitting weak spots fill warrior sense faster, I was ready to continue looking for Rinella in the ravines. At dawn, I arrived at the Crying Grotto where she was last seen, and inside were many crystals, meaning finally! I got sky crystals! I've been looking for these for ages! So I quickly got fiber on a floating island in order to upgrade the last armor piece to exquisite, plus the short bow. Very nice. Back into the grotto I went, and passing the crystals I could hear screams further on, so I booked it till further down, Katsem was fighting Rinella. He effortlessly shoves her down, proclaims that she is weak, easily snaps her bow in half, chucks it aside, and lifts her up by the neck, but I can't get a good shot from this angle as he strangles her in the air. When out of nowhere,
have left my Tsahik in danger.
We should head to safer ground. Here. Stronger than your broken bow. It will stop the monk one in their tracks.
No! Do you want to turn my clan into them? Into what you have already become? Robin, now, set an example like a Tsahik should.
We were forced to learn this, Nor. Let us use that to our advantage.
Spoken like a true ambassador. Mercer would be proud.
the walk out of here was tense, to say the least. It's not the happy reunion anyone hoped for, as he tries to excuse himself, telling her what to do even, and her rightfully being ticked off that he was missing for so long just to come back to lecture her. Once we reached the end of this cave system, our Ikran came to pick us up at a pond, where I insisted that she take the rifle and that we all go back to the safe house to talk to Talon and plan our next moves. We all got there straight away, but Nor refuses to enter the base and speaks ill of the resistance members inside. He'll just wait here for us, which has Rinella upset that he won't even come to speak to Talon in Alma's metal box of lies, as he puts it. This is not the time to be divided. For Tamte's sake, we need to be together. She sees his pain, but he doesn't see hers, and she fears that he is still lost, that being on the path that he has chosen. Inside, Alma states that Bukowski is preparing a cargo transport with lots of security. Talon and Rasia are tracking it at the moment because we don't know what's inside, and she's sad that Nor didn't even enter. She forgives him after all and just wants things between them to be remedied before leaving. But alarms suddenly scream throughout the base. The RDA aren't just coming, they're right outside. So she orders all the airlocks to be sealed as the enemy swarmed our front yard on tons of transport vehicles carrying troops and amps. As for us, Nor will go guard the back entrance while Rinella and I defend from this frontal siege. This is easily the most intense fight yet, but with Rinella's support from above, we were holding our ground initially, yet they wouldn't stop coming. It got hectic really fast. Every shot counted against these overwhelming numbers, but they brought a missile beacon to level this place, which I disabled in time, thankfully, but that did not halt their assault. There was no way of keeping a head count of all the enemies slain here, but I was in a flow state. They won't take down the dog tag warrior, not today. I'm just really glad I did those health and gear upgrades recently, or this may have turned out much differently. Any further attempts on their part to plant missile beacons were unsuccessful, so they lit up on our end. At the back, however, things were different. The enemy made it past Nor, and thus, gunshots were heard going off inside the safe house, but there's no way for us to get in. The doors are busted from all the gunfire, so we rushed to the back entrance, where Nor did the unthinkable. He broke the lock, trapping our allies inside to meet their end.
Nor, quick! Nor! Nor! Come on! Damn it, Nor! God! No, Soleks, help me!
What did you do? What did you do, Nor?
Nothing. I did nothing! You would put them first. Are their lives worth more than mine? They were killed by their own kind. It was justice!
Stop it! Stop it! This is not helping!
Their ways have twisted your spirit, defiled your hands and your heart. I see now where your path ends.
And where does your path end, Nor?
We cannot stay here. With this place compromised, we have to leave. Saddened, she says that I shouldn't have hit Nor. Maybe he did try to help in some way. Only thing that's certain though is he is still very much so lost. She blames herself because she pushed him away when they met, but she's not responsible for him. Holding the rifle had brought back many bad memories from their time in Tap, and using that gun is supposedly not the Navi way, but letting our people die isn't either. His spirit forever will have to carry the weight of his choice today, and she refuses to let him fall further into darkness, and thus leaves me with Old Ash's rifle. Talon had some good news at least. He doesn't know what happened here just yet, but he confirms the cargo that Bukowski is transporting is Tamte. They're bringing him to the home tree. This is our only chance to save him. Rinella though called in and said that we should not tell Talon yet about what happened. We need to stay focused on this mission first. To let off some steam though, after all that occurred, I went to take out smaller facilities draining the marshes throughout the entire night, and the destruction persisted well into the next day, and with the small ones taken out, it was high time to take out Fort Poseidon, the main base in the marshes. It's heavily guarded and huge, lots of ground to cover, but in short, there's 3 main pressure spots which needed to be disabled, causing the place to go into evac mode, which unlocked the main gate to the central command center, where at the tippy top, some panels needed to be popped to light this place like the 4th of July, granting tons of loot and dog tags, which got spent to increase warrior sense duration. The marsh is now liberated. As for the evening hours, I stole some items from the Bangquan in a cave and took out fuel trucks, as I had made up my mind to drive the RDA out of the forest for good. This led me to finish off any remaining RDA activity in Stoneblade Ridge to kick off day 96, and was all done before noon considering its main fort Athena was taken out much earlier already. The next region was Shadowwood, and for my rampage there, I unlocked One Shot to break through amp glass easier, Stealth Shot to help with armored weak spots, and Quick Heal, so each does 9 health segments. And before I knew it, all fuel distributions to the main facility here were taken down, meaning Fort Prometheus was up next, their main fuel production center. Stealth was the name of the game here, and as I'm sneaking through this place without them having any idea why they're dropping like flies, I want to point out that all these forts are under that Lieutenant Morgan that was mentioned a while ago. I'm hoping to find her by ruining all of her operations. This took me into nightfall, but explosions lit up the darkness here. It was a sight to behold. Amps won't be refueling here anymore once I'm done with it. And trust me when I say that I was playing with them the next morning. Absolute bamboozlement and obliteration. They didn't know what hit them till I got to popping the final events, causing all pyro teams to not have a station to return to, letting me plunder their storage and unlock grenade finishers on commandos when in warrior mode. Next, I set my sights on the ravine. I barely had touched the bases there, which are all about sending encrypted data. The first was incredibly easy to take out. The second, though, after some carnage, had me freeing Vefidu, who was held here, and together, this place got taken down too. The third was absolutely insane. If you look up massacre in the dictionary, this scene would come up. As for the last of the smaller stations, it was tucked away, high up in the mountains, but that did not save it from my wrath. That's all the little ones down, leaving Fort Apollo, a mining station, ripe for the pickings. I didn't bother with stealth at all, just spraying lead into heads, because I gotta be honest, I was listening to the Need for Speed Most Wanted soundtrack, self-explanatory, and here I freed Vefidu's mom. They're free to regroup with the remaining Aranahe. But yes, with the server room taken out at night, I got a new AR, but most importantly, the ravine is clear, but I'm not done yet, so I upgraded tons of my gear to exquisite, just in case. And by the next morning, all slots were at their highest tier, and my next abilities were very intentional. Now air jump finishers will fill the warrior bar instantly, air takedowns replenish all of Elay's stamina and cause stagger, and I take less fall damage now. All that was to help me drive out the enemy from the rising spires, the last remaining region to clear. The smaller facilities are just like that one aircom station that I took out a while ago, so rinse and repeat the same process, but I felt like an air acrobat now. It was pure joy to fling myself around them and to be this strong, now that I'm just playing with them at this point. With the little ones annihilated, Fort Hermes was up next to fall. Morgan's not gonna be happy with this, but a dragon with a pulse shield made this attack a bit trickier. I had to sneak around hoping to avoid its attention, so it was a slow process for the first half, but essentially it became a mess once I had to disable one of 3 beacons to temporarily disable the dragon's shield, land on it just like Tamte did, get the engines exposed and thus wreck them, and with that, rinse and repeat that same process over and over till all of them were down. And it was so satisfying to finish this fort, and the map may still be burnt, but I had them corralled back at Home Tree with nowhere to run. Or so I thought. Cause on day 99, I was told by Talon where Morgan is. She has retreated to a massive spec ops base in the ravines, so I locked onto the location and waltzed on over to say hello with my lovely arsenal of weapons at Command Base Ares, a very fitting name. The courtyard was liquidated in a flash. The inside, though, was the problem, because it was a maze and a half to reach Morgan, completely infested with heavy-duty guards. The base is actually 2 structures connected by a bridge higher up, so from the building that I'm in, I had to get up first, which required blowing up old fuel lines to activate vents in order to ascend, but it wasn't enough. After a long elevator ride, I got to the command room leading to the gate which would bring me across the bridge, but 2 terminals needed to be unlocked to get through. For the first, a convoluted chamber with vents needed to be traversed in order to activate quite a few levers, which let me jet on up to higher ground. From there, drop into a control room to release the first lock. The second path, though, had me fighting in a scorpion hangar with enemies constantly swarming in, but a power surge made the dock ships blow a hole through a wall exactly where I had to go, which had me reaching the last lock, opening the gate to the bridge with the strongest amp suits I have come across yet. Very worthy guards, I'll give you that, and there was so many more of these dudes on the bridge, it was a bloodbath. Absolute insanity, so I made sure to grab a Hydra machine gun to enter the second structure. Here, I descended to the lowest level of the ops center, and over the radio, I heard Morgan, so she is here and has ordered a premium bounty bonus for killing me. The room which awaited me was the final chamber, guarded beyond belief, but thankfully, my emptied Hydra could be swapped out for a new one, used to pop critical fuel lines in here, which they guarded with their lives. Enemies flooded in, only to be mowed down relentlessly. Once the last line was destroyed, evac protocol was engaged, but Morgan wasn't gonna let me escape. But you know what? I wasn't gonna let her run away either, so we duked it out. Me versus her in a heavy suit, and as much as I would have loved to smack talk her, my shotgun said more than words ever could. She had never seen such level of bullshit, but I ensured her a quick death with my knife. Target eliminated. The lead of the forest operations is no more. Satisfied and pumped full of adrenaline, I fought through the hordes of evil to get on out of here before it would blow. And just barely, I was able to get out of this hellhole at the dawn of day 100. Bukowski will be furious, and that got me a ton of dog tags too to unlock sabotaging turrets with my knife, stealth finishers on armored amp suits, and what I wish that I'd have for this raid, more rocket and Hydra ammo. But with all that out of the way, it's time to save Tamte, for which I first went home to meditate. And as I do so, I want to thank all of our lovely patrons and YouTube channel members for supporting the channel every month. It goes a long way to help pay editors, artists, and get new equipment to make these huge videos. And if you would like to support as well, links are down below. We offer private chat rooms in our community Discord, access to game servers, and your names immortalized as you see here in our 100 Days videos. So sincerely, thank you so very much. Now, more ready than ever, I made sure to restock on all of my ammunition and flew on out to Talon and the others. He asks if Nora will be joining us, but we kind of dodge that bullet and just get straight to the plan. We can't approach with Ikrans, he says, as there are upgraded sonic defense units all around the tree which he can't hack. And, well, the people you see here are the only ones to pull off this rescue mission. As for getting in, he thinks if one person were to ride the back of a dragon ship, the sensors wouldn't pick up on it, and it'll do a flyby any moment now. As for Rasi, she's better off approaching on the ground as they don't have any data on her, and the Ninella will join her to clear a path. So that's that. It's up to me at nightfall to ride the dragon, which I only reached thanks to this leaf catapult. So far, so good. No alarms triggered, and thankfully an Ikran distracted a patrol squadron of scorpions to keep me out of view. So I hopped off at my destination and began to descend down the side of the tree. Not really concerned for stealth, but at the end I did make a break for the entry point to the tree because the dragon began to shoot down onto me. But I was relatively safe in here. Most fights were one-on-one against really heavy amp suits or just simple foot soldiers, so hastily I dealt with them and reached the burning center with an effigy to which Tamte was bound, which was rigged with explosives.
Soleks! I know you are here! Come out, cowards! Do not run from me! You will give me the fight I am owed! Watch me cut every one of your family. I do not fear you.
Now face to face with Wukula, it was time to throw down. My arrows hit true, but he brought grenades to a bow fight, so I whipped out my lead dispenser and filled the bastard, causing him to retreat like a coward as RDA troops came in to hold me off, but they were but a bump on the road for me. He was not going to escape. I got a brief moment to update the others on Tomte's location outside, and that I'm going to see this fight through.
This path is full of RDA. I need a lay.
Teams are swarming the airstrip. I'm still trying to hack the sonic units, but I've never seen encryption like this. What's 3-factor authentication?
Then get me another option.
Across the base, my battles against weak scum continued as I pushed forward to reach a gateway, which Talon desperately tried to open for me, but I had to hold out as he did so, meaning I held the line while he did his work, but things were getting dicey. Rinella and Rasi spotted more reinforcements on the way, but even after telling them to fall back, they assured me they won't be leaving me behind. Some rocket shots and kills later, the gate was finally open, allowing me to get into a room as he closed the door behind me. Here, I made sure to take Tomte's boat back, which they held as a trophy, and called the team.
Talon, do you see Wukula?
He went through that same door before it locked. He must be close.
Soleks, leave him. We have who we came for.
Good. Take care of Tomte.
Don't do this.
He will keep hunting us. Do you understand? I will not lose anyone else.
It's now or never. Our strongest enemy lies behind this gate.
Just you and me now, Tsamsiu, who will protect the Sarentu when my blade slits your throat.
That suit is making him incredibly agile, and it comes decked out with grenade launchers too, but he intends to close the gap quickly, knocking me back on impact, so my warrior sense is a must if I want to win this fight. My trusty shotgun dealt significant damage, but he managed to become invulnerable at times, which let him leap onto a platform to rain explosives down onto me. But I can play dirty too! That ship got destroyed, forcing him back down to me. Commencing round 2, when he whipped out his blade for close quarters combat, so my dodges were essential. And with more lead lodged into him and his suit, he again retreated to a platform and called for hellhounds to back him up as cannon fodder. Little did he know, I have destroyed plenty of these vents in my time here, so this time, having the high ground was short-lived, and as he plopped to the ground, he seemed to get sluggish. I have him on the ropes, so I went in for the kill, disregarding my own safety, but again, he used the suit's agility to get past me, and with that hop onto the decorated scorpion to continue his artillery barrage. Can't blow that up, but finally! Talon got the sonic defense systems offline, allowing Ile to pick me up and set me up for the final shot. Exhausted, I dropped to the floor under light rain, feeling accomplished, yet alone. But Tamte arrived and gently helped me up, so at long last I could give him back his song cord. And everyone else came too. The family is back together after so many hurdles. And Nor too is finally with us, yet we have much to rebuild. From this point, 2 weeks passed, and under the moonlight, it's time for Soleks to officially become a member of the Sarentu. Tamte, a leader figure of the clan, adorned him with their mark, and together they walk down the pathway. The forest seems to be recovering, and there's hope that the entirety of the forest and home tree can be restored in time. But this night is all about Soleks. All of our friends had gathered for this moment and walked alongside us. Even Nor came, despite our differences, and is glad to witness this.
We have all walked a winding path to be here, full of loss and conflict. The story of the Sarentu was interrupted, our voices hushed. But we refused this silence. And now the clans tell our stories, as we have just told yours, Soleks. And it is clear our threads have become entwined. Together, we are Sarentu. Together, our clan continues.
And that, my lovelies, is the story of how the Sarentu fought for their freedom, their rise to becoming a small but formidable clan to ensure their stories live on, and of Soleks to find a place where he belongs. Together, they are ready for whatever comes ahead. But for Nor, the future is uncertain as shadows loom above him. How do you think his path continues? As for Bukowski, he has been ordered by Quaritch to return to Bridgehead, not to quit on their projects here, but to reassess, so the fight for Pandora will surely continue. And with that, I want to thank you so very much for watching, and I sincerely hope you've enjoyed this story. And real quick, my lovelies, don't forget to wishlist Soul Mask today with my link down below. April 10th is going to be a big day. The improved 1.0 release will bring many great upgrades to the game, and the Shifting Sands DLC adds a whole new map, which is as large as the base game, offering over 500 hours of content with new masks, bosses, and features, so be sure to grab it when it drops.